Chapter 24:13. Pray for themselves this. Chapter 24:13. Pray for themselves this. Isn't that guardian knight a little too strong? Who is that guy? Where did Heaven's Blade find such a capable MT? With him in the lead, getting to the inner corridor will be at least 20% easier. As the various superpowers experts watched Shifeng's party disappear into the passage, envy welled up within them. Some even took the initiative to chat up Yuluo's team, in hopes of working with Kola. In God's domain, MTs were the core of a team. With a powerful enough MT, a team would have a much higher chance of successfully raiding dungeons and exploring ruins. As long as a team could tank a monster, it could kill it. The various teams had already found quite a few horned eagle eggs in the Molten Ruins outer region already. Needless to say, the Min's inner region would hold even greater treasure. If their teams had an amazing MT like Kola, the team's overall strength would reach a new level, and they'd definitely be able to reach the inner corridor, gaining a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Yuluo and her team stared at the tunnel in stunned silence. Yuluo's expression was particularly gloomy. She had never thought Shifeng's party would be so strong. After Kola's display, she had to reevaluate what she thought she had known about Tier 3 MTs. They've already gone into the tunnel, leader. What should we do? A level 102 shield warrior quietly asked. They had run all the way here for the sole purpose of entering the inner corridor and rescuing their commander, and they had just missed their best opportunity to do so. Even if they worked with another superpower to get through the tunnel, they wouldn't have more than a 50% chance of success. Even if they made it to the other side, they'd suffer severe losses. The shield warrior's question made Yuluo regret her earlier decision a little. She now knew she had been too impulsive. Had she followed Shifeng's party, her team would have already cleared the first checkpoint and had a much higher chance of reaching their commander. However, all they could do now was stand on this end of the tunnel and watch. But who would have expected Kola to be so powerful? So what if they've entered the passage? I refuse to believe that we can't reach the inner corridor without them. Yuluo snarled after snapping out of her daze. Reaching the inner corridor was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Moreover, her team also had the information her commander's team had collected. Avoiding the traps and monsters in the tunnel would be far easier for them, and they had much higher chances of success than any other superpowers team. Yuluo's statement ignited the rest of her team's fighting spirit. They, too, wanted to prove to Shifeng's party that they were capable of reaching the inner corridor without Zero Wing's help. After Yuluo had negotiated with two superpowers and prepared to enter the tunnel, another team entered the cavern. Although this team only consisted of 50 members, it drew the attention of the various superpowers experts, who stared with serious expressions. The new arrival's collective aura was just too powerful. Of the 50 players on the team, 16 had reached Tier 3. The Tier 2 players had all reached level 102 and wore level 100 Secret Silver and pre-level 100 Epic equipment. The team members' equipment standards were off the charts. Demon Palace. They're going in, too? Yuluo's expression became grim when she saw the team. By now, every player on Dragonheart Island knew about Demon Palace. Aside from super guilds, Demon Palace feared no one. Warblood's current strength was the reason the various superpowers were so afraid of the guild. Warblood only used to be Dragonheart Island's third-ranked adventurer team, but after allying with Demon Palace, it had become the island's uncontested top adventurer team. Warblood's rise had been due to the demonic Hell World's special legacy. At Tier 2, the special legacy provided incredible power, but after reaching Tier 3, experts with the legacy gained even more strength, becoming far more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 classes. After witnessing this, none of the superpowers wanted to provoke Demon Palace. Since Warblood had learned about the Tree of Life's main branch in Heaven's Blade's possession, it was likely that Demon Palace knew of it. While Yulua was lost in thought, Demon Palace's team approached her. A robust, middle-aged man, who was 3 meters tall, stepped forward, smirking at Yuluo. "You're Heaven's Blades, Yuluo, right? I've heard that you're one of the top 5 healers on Dragonheart Island. That's certainly an impressive feat. Might I ask you to relay a message to your commander?" Evil Chelan, the middle-aged man, said, chuckling. "What do you want me to tell her?" Yuluo asked. She had a bad feeling about this. Let her know that it's not too late to surrender. But if she continues to refuse until we reach her, it will be too late, Evil Chelan said before turning and leading his team toward the tunnel. He didn't even bother to wait for a reply. As Evil Chelan's team walked away, Heaven's Blades members fell silent. His tone had been amicable, but they had all sensed the killing intent in his words. "Leader, what should we do now that Demon Palace's members have gone in?" Zero Wings members and Team Leader Flame aren't far ahead of them, the level 102 shield warrior asked from beside Yuluo. Evidently, the Demon Palace wanted to join the fray, and Evil Chelan's team wouldn't spare a single Heaven's Blade member they encountered in the inner corridor. The man's request had merely been a warning of their imminent deaths. The Demon Palace had sent 16 Tier 3 experts into the ruins' inner region, and 34 of the 50 team members were Refinement Realm or greater experts. Moreover, every member of the team possessed the demonic Hell World Special Legacy. If Demon Palace's team ran into Shurfeng and Cleansing Flame's party, they'd be slaughtered. "We can't contact Cleansing Flame to warn her. Zero Wings members can only pray for their guild leader," Yuluo said helplessly. "Log out immediately and notify the commander of the situation. As for the rest of you, get ready. We're entering the passage." With Yuluo's command, Heaven's Blades members joined up with the 2 superpower teams they had partnered with and entered the tunnel. Meanwhile, Demon Palace's team effortlessly pushed through the monsters that had given the various superpowers experts headaches, arriving at the final gate leading to the inner corridor in less than 20 minutes. A magic array sealed the final gate, and players would only obtain the key to remove it by defeating the Guardian boss. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. "It looks like someone's just killed the boss, Commander," a Tier 3 ranger reported as he gestured to the steel gate enveloped in fog. The Grand Lord-ranked Guardian boss lay before the gate, and a single player was busy looting the boss while 4 others rested nearby. "That saves us a lot of trouble. You two, get rid of them and get me that key," Evil Chelan ordered as he glanced at the 2 Tier 3 assassins behind him. "Understood." The assassins licked their lips in anticipation and entered stealth. Chapter 2414, Tough Opponent. Chapter 2414, Tough Opponent. As the 2 Tier 3 assassins vanished, the other Demon Palace members sat on the ground and rested while watching Shurfeng's party in the distance. These players really have some bad luck. They must have gone to great lengths to defeat the Guardian boss, yet they have to deal with Gull and Rainbow right after their raid. "We should have just charged over and gotten rid of them." Gull and Rainbow have just reached Tier 3 and unlocked more of their legacy's potential. My guess is that the commander wants to give them a chance to get used to their new bodies. Their basic attributes are on an entirely different level than when they were still Tier 2. After all, many of the Tier 3 experts from Demon Palace watched the 2 assassins in envy. Their strength had substantially increased after reaching Tier 3, and getting used to it was proving difficult. Although they often sparred with each other, a sparring match couldn't compare to true battle. However, they also knew that Evil Chelan wanted to prioritize Wind Gull and White Rainbow's growth. Both assassins had incredible potential for growth. Despite the fact that he was only 27, Wind Gull had already reached the Void Realm. White Rainbow, who was the same age as Wind Gull, had reached the half-step Void Realm standard. Since they had completed their Tier 3 promotion quest so soon, their future was limitless. There would be a massive difference between reaching Tier 3 now and completing the Tier 3 promotion quest in the next 2 weeks. Players would encounter completely different opportunities. This was precisely why Evil Qilin prioritized the two assassins. Someday, they might become domain realm experts and true pillars of the guild. Meanwhile, Wind Gull and White Rainbow used a footwork technique that allowed them to get within 30 yards of Shifeng and his 4 companions without the slightest sound. Rainbow, you take care of that Tier 2 female Guardian Knight. I'll distract the other 2 MTs. Once you get rid of the female Guardian Knight, we'll take our time and play with the others. But you'd better not kill the Tier 3 Berserker beside the woman, Wind Gull whispered as he watched Cleansing Flame rest. He didn't care about a Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame, but to ensure that their training went smoothly, they'd get rid of the miscellaneous target first. Relax. How could I waste an opportunity like this? Hopefully, they're not so weak that they die too quickly, White Rainbow whispered back, excitement flashing in his eyes. Opportunities to fight Tier 3 experts were extremely rare right now. Although they could spar in the battle arenas around God's domain, it was impossible to push themselves without the threat of the system's death penalty. Moreover, every player had their own combat style, and they could only rapidly improve by fighting different opponents. Let's begin, Wind Gull declared. He started to sneak toward the 2 resting Tier 3 MTs and waited for White Rainbow to make his move. White Rainbow adjusted his footwork and dashed toward Cleansing Flame like a cooling breeze. He had integrated with his environment. Not even Tier 3 players with sharp perception would detect him, let alone a Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame. 25 yards, 20 yards, 15 yards. As White Rainbow inched closer to Cleansing Flame, he took more care with his movements. When only 10 yards remained between him and his target, the assassin unsheathed his daggers. Just as White Rainbow was about to attack, Shadow Sword, who had been relaxing with his eyes shut, opened them. Without warning, he swung his greatsword, sending an energy blade toward Cleansing Flame. It startled the exhausted Guardian Knight. Shadow Sword's energy blade was so sharp that it sliced through the air cleanly, and his execution was so fast that Cleansing Flame had no time to react. Just as she thought she was about to die, however, she heard a metallic clang beside her. Pung! The attack had revealed a hidden figure behind her, and when she saw him, she broke out in a cold sweat. Cleansing Flame had never thought that she'd fail to notice someone creeping up to her. Fortunately, Cleansing Flame was a peak expert. Reacting quickly, she leaped forward, creating some distance between her and the nefarious stranger. If an assassin was able to get so close to her undetected, she knew he'd be extraordinarily powerful, and she didn't bother with an offensive or defensive maneuver. Furthermore, the assassin was a Tier 3 player, and she knew she would be no match for him. You discovered me? It seems you're not such a weakling, after all, White Rainbow said, unfazed by the fact that Cleansing Flame had escaped his grasp. He ignored Cleansing Flame and focused his attention on Shadow Sword with an ecstatic expression as he said, "It seems I can take this seriously now." Although his footwork wasn't as masterful as Wind Gull's, detecting him from farther than 7 or 8 yards should be very difficult for ordinary Tier 3 experts. Shadow Sword, however, had noticed him from a little over 10 yards, which proved that the man's combat standards were considerably high. At the very least, Shadow Sword had better perception than an ordinary Tier 3 player. Meanwhile, Wind Gull, who had watched this play out from a short distance away, became just as excited. Rainbow sure is lucky. I knew I should have started the attack. Instead, Wind Gull thought, regretting his strategy as he watched Shadow Sword. As he finished that thought, however, another energy blade flew toward him, forcing him to evade and expose himself. Wind Gull spun toward the attack's origin, astonished when he saw who had launched the energy blade. The attack had come from the five-man party's Tier 3 male Guardian Knight, and based on his accuracy, this Guardian Knight had long since noticed him. Moreover, the Tier 3 female shield warrior had clearly sensed him as well. Who are these people? Wind Gull stared at Kola and his comrades, surprised. Wind Gull was already amazed that Shadow Sword had discovered White Rainbow, but he found it unbelievable that the party's two Tier 3 MTs had discovered him while stealthed as well. When he was in stealth, only his commander and vice commander could sense his presence from 10 yards away, yet these two MTs could do the same. For a moment, Wind Gull even wondered if he had really activated stealth. When Cleansing Flame saw White Rainbow and Wind Gull, she paled. Demon Palace members. Why are they here? Cleansing Flame had a bad feeling when she saw the two Tier 3 Assassins Guild emblems. Oh, you guys are from Heaven's Blade? Wind Gull sneered when he saw Heaven's Blade's logo engraved on Cleansing Flame's armor. This is a good opportunity to get rid of you. Then, Rainbow, ignore that female knight. Target their Tier 3s first. Got it. White Rainbow became serious about this battle and prepared to meld with the shadows once more. Don't think you can hide from us so easily. Shadow Sword bellowed as he charged at White Rainbow, hacking at the assassin with his greatsword. Shadow Sword's attack was simple, but White Rainbow couldn't dodge the strike due to the man's high attack speed. Realizing this, the assassin raised his daggers to block the attack. Pung! A loud, metallic clang echoed throughout the tunnel, and the impact threw White Rainbow nearly 6 yards back as he instantly lost more than 20,000 HP. When he landed, he nearly lost his footing as well. How is this possible? Seeing the Berserker throw White Rainbow with a single swing confused Wind Gull. White Gull was familiar with White Rainbow's strength. Not even Tier 3 Berserkers would necessarily be a match for him, yet Shadow Sword had sent the assassin flying with a normal attack. It was simply unbelievable. By the time Wind Gull snapped out of his daze, Turtledove was already using Shield Bash against him. Not daring to be careless, Wind Gull used his short sword and activated his block skill. The moment short sword and shield collided, Wind Gull felt his hand go numb, and he stumbled 4 steps back. How is her strength so high too? The situation confused Wind Gull further. He understood how Shadow Sword had overpowered White Rainbow. The man was a Tier 3 Berserker, after all, but despite being a Tier 3 Shield Warrior, Turtledove's strength was on par with Shadow Sword's. Wind Gull began to wonder if this small party had suppressed his basic attributes somehow. Naturally, neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove gave their opponents any room to breathe. They both launched fierce assaults, forcing White Rainbow and Wind Gull to defend themselves, and the two assassins fought desperately as they continued to lose HP. The other Demon Palace members, who watched from a safe distance, were stunned. What? They're actually pushing Rainbow and Gull back? Who are these people? They all knew how powerful the two assassins were. Both could effortlessly overpower ordinary Tier 3 players. And yet, White Rainbow and Wind Gull were clearly at a disadvantage. At this rate, they'd both die within a minute. Commander, I'm afraid that Rainbow and Gull won't last long. A handsome, white-haired youth surmised to Evil Cheelin when the two Tier 3 assassins had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. If we let them die, they'll need a long time to recover. I suppose we'll have to call off this training session, Evil Cheelin said as he nodded in agreement with his Vice Commander, Dark Scorpion's, statement. Take a group and save them. Every Tier 3 player was a precious combatant for Demon Palace. He couldn't afford to let the two assassins lose a level during their training. Dark Scorpion grabbed 6 of the team's Tier 3 experts and hurried toward White Rainbow and Wind Gull. When Cleansing Flame noticed 7 more Tier 3 players approach, she felt her scalp tingle, particularly when she saw Dark Scorpion among them. Dark Scorpion was famous on Dragonheart Island. Once, he had killed the commanders from 2 of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, instantly becoming one of the most famous players on the island. Individually, he was even stronger than Heaven's Blade's commander, Zvai. If Dark Scorpion's group joined the fray, their party would be doomed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Suddenly, however, a blue lightning bolt arced toward Dark Scorpion and his minions. Seeing this, Dark Scorpion and his allies slid to a halt and attempted to evade the attack. After dodging the lightning bolt, Dark Scorpion's group turned toward the Tier 3 Sword King that had launched the attack. "Who are you? Are you trying to make Demon Palace your enemy?" Dark Scorpion hissed coldly, glaring at Shurfeng's cloaked figure. That lightning bolt had felt lethal to Dark Scorpion, and it was the first time he had felt such a threat since he had reached Tier 3. He didn't dare take this mysterious swordsman lightly. "This is a fair one-on-one match. You can't blame me for trying to stop you if you plan on interfering," Shurfeng threatened as he returned Killing Ray to its sheath. Chapter 24:15. One strike. Chapter 24:15. One strike. Since Shurfeng wore a black cloak to conceal his appearance, a dark shadow hid his face. Combined with the Nightwalker's cape, no player could see his features. However, Dark Scorpion and his 6 teammates couldn't help but stare at Shurfeng in astonishment after hearing his threat. They even wondered if they had misheard him. Cleansing Flame, on the other hand, nearly choked when she heard Shurfeng's statement. She felt he had gone too far with his latest joke. He had practically asked Demon Palace to attack, throwing oil to the fire. Every member of Demon Palace was a battle maniac that had engaged in constant conflict in the demonic hell world. Nobody dared to provoke Demon Palace on Dragonheart Island, not even experts from super guilds. "You really are something, kid. You actually dare to speak like that to our vice commander. Bold. You really are bold. This guy must think he's invincible, since he's a Tier 3 player." The 6 Demon Palace members beside Dark Scorpion looked at Shurfeng as if he were a fool. They had very nearly laughed at his statement. It was the funniest thing they had heard since joining God's domain. Dark Scorpion was a god of death in the Demon Palace. To get used to his Tier 3 form, he had killed over 30 Tier 3 experts after arriving on Dragonheart Island. Not even the various superpowers' old monsters had escaped his grasp and ended up dying. Not even Superpower's vice guild leaders had the courage to speak so boldly to Dark Scorpion, much less Heaven's Blade's commander. "Interesting. You're the first person to stand against me since I've come to Dragonheart Island." Contrary to expectations, Dark Scorpion didn't explode in a rage. Rather, he smiled and said, "I want to see if you're so brave once we meet in battle." Weeping, seizing, get him. Without hesitation, a shield warrior and a berserker charged toward Shurfeng. The 2 were well coordinated, and their movements were far more refined than Wind Gull and White Rainbow. As Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul moved, they left numerous afterimages in their wake. The afterimages continued to crisscross, making it difficult to determine where the 2 players were. If a player attacked the duo and missed, they'd face a ruthless counterattack. Dread filled Cleansing Flame as she watched from afar. The 2 Tier 3 assassins had already revealed their very high combat standards, but compared to this shield warrior and berserker, they were children. Cleansing Flame knew she wouldn't be a match for either of them, even after reaching Tier 3. How does the Demon Palace have so many powerful experts? Cleansing Flame couldn't pinpoint where Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul were. She could only watch as the dew darted toward Shurfeng. Once the duo was within 20 yards of Feng. However, the swordsman moved. A resplendent arc of lightning flew toward the berserker and shield warrior. Secret technique, lightning flash. Feng had merged all 17 sword lights perfectly. Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul Instinctive knew that they couldn't evade the incoming lightning arch, and they both activated a Tier 3 skill to block the attack. Boom! A deafening boom echoed throughout the passage, and both Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul shot backward like bullets, their arms and weapons violently vibrating. Both players were covered in scorch marks and had lost more than half of their HPs. Seizing Soul, the Tier 3 Berserker King, in particular, was an inch from death's door. A random strike would be enough to send him to his grave. The duo crashed to the ground, and silence filled the passage. Demon Palace's members stared with grim expressions. Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul were veteran peak experts. Their strength ranked among the top 10 of the 50 players on their team. If they hadn't been so powerful, Dark Scorpion wouldn't have sent them to attack someone who could even threaten him. And yet, not only had Feng repelled the duo with one attack, but he had also devoured most of their HPs. His strength could definitely be described as horrifying. Not even Dark Scorpion could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, the Demon Palace members watching from a distance stared at Feng with dropped jaws. They had never thought the swordsman would be powerful enough to suppress two veteran peak experts. Who is this guy? He tossed 2 Tier 3 peak experts away with a single move. He can likely even rival 13 Thrones Crazed Sword. Could he be 13 Thrones Crazed Sword? Demon Palace's members were overcome with confusion and surprise as they looked at Feng. This was the first time since the duo had reached Tier 3 that they had seen anyone defeat Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul so thoroughly. When those two worked together, they could even force a Tier 3 domain realm expert into a corner. Feng, however, had overwhelmed both of them. Even on Dragonheart Island, there were very few with Feng's strength. Based on their information, it seemed that 13 Thrones intended to offer its help to Heaven's Blade, with a Sword King like Feng before them. They assumed he was the Super Guild's Crazed Sword. Crazed Sword? Huh! Even Evil Qilin knew he had to take the situation seriously. If their opponent really was 13 Thrones Crazed Sword, they'd have to be careful. Crazed Sword wasn't just incredibly powerful. He also represented 13 thrones. Demon Palace might be able to ignore the various super first-rate guilds on Dragonheart Island, but it could not do the same with super guilds. A confrontation with such powerful guilds wouldn't be easy for Demon Palace. It's no wonder why you're so brave. With this kind of strength, you are certainly capable of ranking among the top 20 on Dragonheart Island, but I don't care if you're 13 Thrones Crazed Sword or not. No matter what, I will interfere. Dark Scorpion snarled as he watched Wind Gull and White Rainbow's HPs fall to a critical low. He immediately removed the 2 great swords from his back and brandished them at Feng. Dark Scorpion's 2 great swords radiated a dismal glow as they absorbed mana from his surroundings. The weapons also exerted a weak force on all players in the vicinity, pulling them towards the blades. The Vice Commander is finally making a move. With his strength as a Tier 3 demonic fighter, not even 13 Thrones Crazed Sword is his match. When Dark Scorpion appeared above Feng like a phantom, merging his great swords into one gigantic blade, his comrades' eyes glowed with excitement. Dark Scorpion's great swords were the Nether Blades, an epic weapon set, and that move was his trademark. Dark Scorpion had used the move to severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. If players received this attack, only death awaited them. Moreover, the attack was impossible to dodge since it covered an AoE of 15 by 50 yards. Not even a domain realm expert could evade his attack. Die! Looking down at Feng, Dark Scorpion swung the gigantic blade. In response, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and countered the descending weapon with a light slash. Although Shifeng's counterattack seemed gentle, everyone saw space split around the weapon. A lightning bolt then toward the gigantic blade among the gloomy blue flames, and a pitch-black tear followed it. Lightning slash. Against the brilliant lightning bolt, Dark Scorpion's merged weapons were as flimsy as paper, and Shifeng's counter-strike sundered the gigantic blade in half as it passed through the weapon. Before anyone could react, Dark Scorpion's blade began to disintegrate, and a fine cut and scorch marks appeared on his body. Like a puppet with cut strings, Dark Scorpion, who still hung in the air, tumbled gracelessly to the ground, an item appearing beside his corpse. He died. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the vice commander's dead. Impossible. Demon Palace's members panicked, unable to pull their astonished gazes away from Dark Scorpion's corpse. They couldn't believe that someone had killed him with a single hit. Everyone turned toward Shifeng, overwhelmed by fear and curiosity. Suddenly, Evil Qilin realized something. With a grim expression, he turned to Shifeng and asked, "Sword King Black Flame?" Chapter 24:16. One axe, one sword. Chapter 24:16. One axe, one sword. As Evil Qilin's question hung in the air, Demon Palace's members fell silent. Their jaws hung open, and they couldn't process the possibility. They had heard Black Flame's name before. Not long ago, their vice guild leader had tried to secure Zero Wing's Stone Forest City to help the guild's peak experts develop rapidly. Naturally, as members of Demon Palace's main force, they had heard about the situation. However, they had never thought that Black Flame would be this strong. Black Flame's ability to instant kill Dark Scorpion, the vice commander of Demon Palace's main force, was unbelievable. Even Evil Qilin could hardly believe the notion, but he had earnestly researched the swordsman and studied his battle videos. The lightning bolt that had killed Dark Scorpion was one of Black Flame's trademark moves, Lightning Slash, and had claimed many experts' lives. Although he hadn't thought it important before, Evil Qilin had heard that Zero Wing was one of the powers trying to rescue Heaven's Blade's commander. Seeing Lightning Slash and the swordsman's obvious relation to Heaven's Blade, Evil Qilin could only think of Zero Wing's Black Flame. "That's right. We meet again, Elder Qilin," Shifeng said, chuckling as he sheathed Killing Ray. He did not bother to hide his identity. Hearing Shifeng acknowledge his identity, Demon Palace's members gasped. Zero Wing's Black Flame is this strong. They considered Zero Wing to be a mere upstart guild that was lucky enough to secure a treasure trove like Stone Forest City, which, in turn, allowed the guild to nurture Tier 3 players sooner than other powers. Although Zero Wing's guild leader was the first player to reach Tier 3, they thought he had lost his advantage now that the various superpowers had Tier 3 experts of their own. As for Shifeng's identity as the 30th ranked player on the God's Domain experts list, that was of no concern. The various superpowers had an agreement with the secret pavilion that it would only display information about a small number of their experts. No one wanted to reveal all of their cards. If not for this agreement, the various superpowers would have ganged up on the secret pavilion and removed it from the virtual gaming world. To put it simply, the God's Domain experts list wasn't a reliable way to determine an expert's strength. And yet, Shifeng had instant-killed Dark Scorpion, who ranked among the top 30 on Dragonheart Island. The situation destroyed everything they thought they knew about Shifeng. This swordsman was clearly powerful enough to rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. With such strength, they couldn't afford to take him lightly. Numerous superpowers operated on Dragonheart Island, and quite a few of them were super guilds. Even the weakest power on the island was on par with a first-rate guild. Dragonheart Island was a hub for peak experts, and not a single individual who could rank among the island's top 10 experts should be underestimated. Of course, That did not mean that Demon Palace feared Shifeng. Evil Qilin could also rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. If it came down to an actual fight, Shifeng's victory wasn't guaranteed. Furthermore, they had far more Tier 3 experts than Shifeng's little group of 5. Guild Leader Black Flame, my subordinates behaved rashly. May I request that you spare them? Then we can go our separate ways. Evil Qilin asked as he gestured to Wind Gull and White Rainbow. Hearing the request, Cleansing Flame breathed a sigh of relief. If Evil Qilin wanted a fight, the outcome wouldn't be in their favor. Even if Zero Wings members were far stronger than expected, Demon Palace still had 15 combat-ready Tier 3 players on its team. Moreover, team battles weren't like one-on-one fights. Evil Qilin had 2 Tier 3 healers with him, whereas they didn't have a single healer and would have to rely on potions and items with healing skills. I've already said that this is a fair one-on-one match. I don't care if they acted rashly or not. If they want to leave, all they have to do is die once. Shifeng refused, chuckling. As he did, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the area. Are you so unwilling to give the matter a little consideration on behalf of this old man, Guild Leader Black Flame? Evil Qilin's question was laced with killing intent, and he watched Shifeng with narrowed eyes. Shifeng was stronger than he had expected, and Evil Qilin had to admit that the swordsman qualified to be treated as an equal. But that was all. At most, Shifeng was only his equal. Do you think you can just come and go as you wish? You think too highly of yourself, Elder Qilin, Shifeng responded, unfazed by the other man's hostility. I'll repeat myself. I won't just sit by and watch you interfere. Good. Very good. I see you're willing to fight, Guild Leader Black Flame. Evil Qilin's expression darkened. Suddenly, he radiated dense mana as if the demon god had just arrived. Evil Qilin was a much stronger demonic fighter than Dark Scorpion. Commander, we shouldn't waste words on him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that he can provoke Demon Palace with impunity just because he's strong enough to rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. A tall, beautiful woman, another demonic fighter, hissed coldly. The rest of the team's Tier 3 players nodded in agreement. Shifeng was simply too arrogant. Aside from super guilds, no power on Dragonheart Island dared to disrespect Demon Palace. Shifeng was clearly tired of living by refusing to show Evil Qilin the respect he deserved. Since you insist, show me your moves, Guild Leader Black Flame. Evil Qilin then pulled the two-handed war axe from his back. The weapon was nearly as long as Evil Qilin was tall, and when he held it in his grip, emerald flames ignited on the axe's blade, radiating an intense heat. The flames were so hot that space around the war axe blurred. A legacy weapon. Shifeng was a little surprised to see how perfectly Evil Qilin integrated his strength with the Crimson Axe. Legacy weapons were very rare and usually stronger than ordinary epic weapons. Aqua Rose's Sea Dragon Staff was one such example. Although Evil Qilin's axe wasn't as powerful as Aqua Rose's Legacy Staff, it should still be a top-tier epic weapon. Combined with his special legacy, Evil Qilin's strength could likely rival that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Evil Qilin then transformed into a blazing meteor as he charged at Shifeng. The older man was even faster than Tier 3 assassins. Before anyone could react, Evil Qilin was within 10 yards of Shifeng, leaving a blazing trail behind him. So strong. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Cleansing Flame could not help but gasp when she saw the attack. Evil Qilin's aura was even more intense than her commander's. She couldn't even muster the courage to resist him as his aura washed over her. Once he had reached Shifeng, Evil Qilin raised his axe and swung. The weapon transformed into 7 flame serpents. assaulting Shi Feng from multiple directions. Bronze combat technique, Flame Serpent, as if the 7 flame serpents were alive. They each traveled along a unique trajectory. They contained enough strength that space around them trembled. It was no exaggeration to say that every one of these flame serpents rivaled Dark Scorpion's prior, full-powered blow. Even Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts were surprised, not to mention Cleansing Flame. None of them had realized how powerful their commander truly was. However, Shi Feng did not panic as the 7 flame serpents flew toward him. Rather, he leisurely unsheathed the abyssal blade and killing array, casually swinging the weapons. Immediately, a galaxy of stars manifested around him. Swords orbit. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of one explosion after another echoed throughout the passage. In the end, Shi Feng used Sword's orbit to strike down all 7 flame serpents. Not only hadn't the flame serpents reached Shi Feng, but the resulting impacts had forced Evil Qilin to stumble half a step backward. Since you've finished your attack, it's my turn. Seizing the moment after Evil Qilin's attack, Shi Feng executed Lightning Flash. Unlike earlier, he now executed the technique with both of his swords, so he could focus more of his strength into the attack than his speed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU-17 swords lights flashed toward Evil Qilin, transforming into arcs of lightning. Evil Qilin's heart skipped a beat as he stood against the attack. He could sense that every arch of lightning was more powerful than his flame serpents. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it in a horizontal arc, activating his Tier 3 legacy skill, Demonic Gale. A pitch black storm formed before him, clashing with the blue lightning. Boom! When the two collided, Evil Qilin's storm dissipated instantly. Although he had done his best to evade and deflect Shi Feng's attack, one of the lightning strikes had brushed past his shoulder, leaving a scorch mark and taking 1/4 of his HP. The difference between their strengths was clear. Chapter 2417, Overwhelming Tier 3s. Chapter 2417. Overwhelming Tier 3's Demon Palace's members were stunned when they saw how much HP Evil Qilin had lost. They had never dreamed that their commander would be at a disadvantage against Shi Feng. Not even the commander is a match for him. How high are Black Flame's attributes? Shocked, Demon Palace's members turned toward Shi Feng. They were Demon Palace's main force members, experts among experts in their guild. Even the weakest of them had reached the peak of the refinement realm. They could all recognize the difference between two fighting players' strength. In terms of combat standards, Evil Qilin and Shi Feng were matched. Both were domain realm experts. Their physical control was exceptional, and they could make the best judgments based on their surroundings. Their combat standards were nearly impossible to beat. However, Shi Feng was considerably faster and had much higher strength than Evil Qilin. Despite sharing the same standard of skills and combat techniques, the combat power those two had displayed thus far was on completely different levels. The difference between their reaction speed was glaringly noticeable, which was precisely the reason that Evil Qilin had failed to dodge all of Shi Feng's lightning arcs. The members of Demon Palace's main force knew exactly how high Evil Qilin's basic attributes were. Even at Tier 2, his attributes had been high enough to rival that of ordinary Tier 3 players. Naturally, his basic attributes had reached even greater highs now that he had reached Tier 3. It was no exaggeration to call him a humanoid monster, and yet Evil Qilin's basic attributes were no match for Shi Feng's. They couldn't fathom how Shi Feng had obtained such inhuman attributes. Meanwhile, Cleansing Flame, who watched from afar, could do nothing but gape. Is this guild leader Black Flame's true strength? Evil Qilin was one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Not even Zwei was his match. yet Shifeng had overwhelmed such an expert. That swordsman might even be able to contend with the peerless monsters that ranked among Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts. Even Superpowers Guild leaders were afraid of the top 3 monsters on the island. All 3 were capable of destroying a Superpowers expert legion by themselves. They were practically invincible on Dragonheart Island. At that moment, Cleansing Flame finally realized why Shifeng had dared to mount a rescue mission with only 4 people. With his strength, he certainly was capable of rescuing her commander. After stumbling back half a step, Evil Qilin stared at Shifeng in astonishment. How are his basic attributes higher than mine? Confusion overwhelmed Evil Qilin as he looked at Shifeng. He currently wore the level 100 legacy set equipment for the demonic fighter class, and combined with his legacy's effects, he had the strength to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Still, he could only surpass the power in Shifeng's normal attacks by using a Tier 3 skill. Moreover, he wasn't nearly as fast as Shifeng, which had resulted in him taking a hit. However, Shifeng didn't stop after pushing Evil Qilin back. He immediately thrust the Abyssal Blade at the demonic fighter. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Blade. 10 phantom swords flew toward Evil Qilin from all directions, leaving him no room to retreat. Realizing that he couldn't evade the phantom swords, Evil Qilin swung his war axe in a horizontal slash and activated the demonic fighter class's defensive skill, Iron Wall. At his command, 4 magic barriers appeared around him, each twice as large as an MT's shield. Evil Qilin controlled the barriers to circle him in a unique trajectory, advanced defensive combat technique, Firm Wall. The 10 phantom swords slammed into the magic barriers, which trembled violently from the impact. The blows even forced Evil Qilin to stumble backward again. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Each hit felt like the blow of a massive hammer, and the barrier's mana density steadily drained. On the 9th attack, 2 of the phantom swords merged, thrusting at one of the magic barriers. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the magic barrier shattered. It broke. Evil Qilin watched one of his barriers shatter with wide eyes. Not even the Primordial Guard's golden spear had been able to break through the magic barriers he summoned with his legacy defensive skill, but Shifeng had shattered it with 1 hit. It was simply unbelievable. That blow had also forced Evil Qilin to stumble another 2 steps back, but this time he failed to maintain his stance. Not only did he reveal holes in his defense, but the impact had also made his defensive skill unstable. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shifeng thrust Killing Ray at his opponent, and the sacred sword slid through Evil Qilin's weak point, heading straight for the demonic fighter's forehead. Shifeng's attack was far too fast for Evil Qilin to evade or defend, and as a result, he could only take the direct hit. If Killing Ray found its mark, the attack would be fatal. God's Domain had undergone so many updates, and now injuries would affect players' performance in battle. If players injured their arm, for example, the limb would be difficult to control for a while. If players received a head injury, their perception and total physical control would suffer. Evil Qilin was no match for Shifeng's reaction speed in the first place. If he lost even more reaction speed, he'd be a lamb for the slaughter. Just as Killing Ray's tip was about to slice into Evil Qilin's forehead, an icy greatsword enveloped in azure flames descended from above and landed between Shifeng and his opponent. The interruption halted Killing Ray's advance, giving Evil Qilin room to breathe. Mana control. When Shifeng saw the disintegrating greatsword, he couldn't help but glance at the female demonic fighter that was walking toward him. Demonic fighters in God's Domain fell into 2 main categories. The first type of demonic fighter used mana to amplify their strength, while the second type wielded mana as a weapon. Both Dark Scorpion and Evil Qilin were strength-type demonic fighters. This female demonic fighter, however, was a control type. The icy greatsword reappeared in the female demonic fighter's hand, radiating a bone-chilling cold that plummeted the temperature in the tunnel. "I'm coming, Commander. Let's see if he can stop us together." Twilight Dawn, another vice commander from Demon Palace's main force, shouted as she began to manipulate her icy greatsword again. The weapon split into 6 smaller swords of ice that spun around Sherfong. Advanced combat technique, wind wheel. Evil Qilin did not reject Twilight Dawn's help. He now knew that he couldn't defeat Sherfong on his own, and defeating this swordsman was of the utmost importance. If they lost here, the prestige Demon Palace had earned on Dragonheart Island would vanish, following which Evil Qilin raised his war axe and leaped into the air. He then smashed the axe down on Sherfong, transforming the weapon into a blazing meteor mid-swing. The meteor carried so much power that space around it began to fragment. Tier 3 Legacy skill, Falling Strike. With the commander and vice commander working together, Black Flame is dead for sure. Demon Palace members regained their confidence and excitement as they watched the blazing meteor and ice swords fly toward Sherfong. Twilight Dawn might not have as much combat power as Dark Scorpion, but her coordination with Evil Qilin was far better. With attacks coming at him from all directions, Sherfong wouldn't come out unscathed. "Not bad," Sherfong praised as he watched the 8-meter radius meteor and 6 ice swords. His gaze hardening, Sherfong slashed Killing Ray at the axe-turn meteor, while he swung Abyssal Blade to counter the icy swords around him. Dragon Breath. 9 dragons, slash. A brilliant beam of white light shot through the air, crashing into the descending meteor. When the 2 attacks collided, bright light illuminated the tunnel as if the sun had just appeared. After a brief moment, the white beam devoured the blazing meteor. A black figure shot back from the beam like a bullet, crashing into the tunnel's wall and cracking the stone. The figure was none other than Evil Qilin, and after that blow, his HP had dropped to a critical low, leaving the man hovering between life and death. Meanwhile, 21 Abyssal Blade Phantoms created a massive cluster of stars as Sherfong used Sword's orbit to stop Twilight Dawn's wind wheel. None of her icy swords could get within 10 yards of Sherfong. Furthermore, Sherfong controlled 3 of the Phantoms in an attack against Twilight Dawn. Despite her attempts to dodge and block the weapons, her HP plummeted throughout the fight. Seeing this, Demon Palace's members fell deathly silent. Not only had their commander and vice commander failed to suppress Sherfong, despite working together, but the swordsman also had turned the tables and suppressed them both. Just how strong is he? So this is the Sword King. Demon Palace's members shuddered as they watched Sherfong. Not even Dragonheart Island's top 3 monsters could overwhelm Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn to this extent. This won't do. At this rate, those 2 are going to die. It seems we have no choice but to attack as a group. He may be a monster, but we have so many Tier 3 players on our side. How many skills can he possibly have? That's right. If we let him kill our commander and vice commander, the reputation we've built on Dragonheart Island will be in tatters. Sherfang's performance scared Demon Palace's members, but quite a few of them were peak Tier 3 experts. If they worked together, whittling Sherfong down and killing him was entirely possible. Fights between Tier 3 players largely relied on Tier 3 skills and spells, and they had healers on their team, whereas Sherfong didn't. When she saw the rest of Demon Palace's team rush toward the fight, Cleansing Flame paled. Are they really going to fight to the end? As she watched Demon Palace's healers restore Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn's HP, Cleansing Flame desperately wished she was a healer herself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Despite the rest of Demon Palace's members dashing toward him, Sherfong retained his composure. He simply sent them an uninterested glance. Very good. A grin spread across Shifeng's face as he replaced Killing Ray with the Twilight Blade. It seems that you think I'll be a pushover if you can outnumber me. Shifeng then activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. Shifeng suddenly split into 8 physical copies, and they all quietly watched Demon Palace's members. Let's begin the 3rd round. Then, Chapter 2418, Soloing a Team. Chapter 2418, Soloing a Team. Demon Palace's members froze, shocked when they saw Shifeng split into 8 clones of himself. I'm impossible. This can't be real. That's right. This must be a trick. These doppelgangers must be fake. The Demon Palace members felt stifled as they stared at Shifeng's doppelgangers. One of him had already been more than enough to suppress Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn. Seeing 8 copies of the swordsman was enough to push them to the brink of madness. Demon Palace's members couldn't believe their eyes. They only had 15 Tier 3 players left standing, and 2 of them were tied up with Zero Wings members. That left them with only 13 Tier 3 players. Against 8 monsters like Shifeng, they wouldn't even have a chance with 30 Tier 3 players, much less 13. Don't let him mislead you. Twilight Dawn shouted at her team members. He may have split into 8, but his doppelganger's basic attributes can't be as high as his normal bodies. Besides, he's controlling all 8 doppelgangers by himself. Their combat standards will be limited, and we have healers on our side. We can outlast him. Twilight Dawn could sense that the doppelgangers were physical, and the development had dealt a massive mental blow. However, she could also sense that the doppelgangers' auras were weaker than Shifeng's normal aura, which proved that their basic attributes weren't as high. At the end of the day, Shifeng was still human. Controlling all 8 clones perfectly was impossible. Even as a domain realm expert, at most, he should be able to control 3 doppelgangers at the Void Realm standard. He'd be fortunate if he could get the remaining doppelgangers to the Refinement Realm. On average, Shifeng's 8 clones could fight at the Flowing Water Realm standard, and only the initial stages. Tier 3 experts had no reason to fear these significantly weaker versions of Shifeng. Hearing Twilight Dawn's encouragement, the Demon Palace players snapped out of their dazes and mustered their courage once more. They had been so shocked to see Shifeng's 8 clones that they had forgotten that players weren't like NPCs. No player could perfectly control so many doppelgangers. Is that so? Shifeng chuckled when he heard Twilight Dawn's deduction, and all 8 of him charged at Demon Palace's members. They were experts among experts, and as such, Demon Palace's members didn't panic despite facing the doppelgangers' sudden assault. They retaliated with everything they had, with the Tier 3 melee players rushing to meet the doppelgangers in battle, while the Tier 2 MTs formed a defensive line to protect their healers and long-range players. Meanwhile, Twilight Dawn went all out against the doppelganger before her. While manipulating the 6 ice swords to attack, she cast her Tier 3 legacy spell, Demonic Fall. Let's see how long you last. The 6 icy swords radiated a frightening amount of mana as the intensity of their auras doubled. These weapons then attacked as one, each one locked onto the doppelganger's vital points. This move was even stronger than Evil Qilin's Flame Serpent, and controlled by a half-step domain realm expert. They could even give Tier 3 domain realm experts a run for their money. Shifeng was controlling his doppelgangers in the fight against Demon Palace's other Tier 3 experts. If she could force him to focus most of his attention on the doppelganger she fought, the other doppelgangers' combat standards would suffer. This would make it easier for the other Demon Palace members to kill off Shifeng's doppelgangers. However, Shifeng remained unfazed as he faced Twilight Dawn's all-out attack. His doppelganger merely executed Sword's orbit and created a barrier of stars around itself. Boom. Boom, boom. Metallic clangs echoed throughout the tunnel as the ice swords bounced off the glittering stars. None of the weapons were able to reach the doppelganger, which continued to approach Twilight Dawn. How is this possible? Twilight Dawn was shocked as Shifeng's doppelganger so effortlessly deflected her attacks. She could see the flaws in the doppelganger's offense and defense and knew it was only at the flowing water realm standard. Yet Shifeng relied on his doppelganger's powerful basic attributes to bridge the gap. However, Twilight Dawn didn't know that Shifeng's basic attributes were even higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Moreover, Shifeng had already reached level 107. Even if his doppelgangers only had 85% of his basic attributes, they were still as powerful as a level 105 Grand Lord. While Twilight Dawn tried to fight through her shock, Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts were at a complete disadvantage against Shifeng's doppelgangers, and they continued to lose HP. Many of them couldn't even hold their ground, and the doppelgangers sent them flying with a single hit. If not for the rear-line healer's diligent healing, they would have long since fallen. Even Evil Qilin, who had just recovered to full HP, failed to secure an advantage against the doppelganger he fought. Of course, that doppelganger was also the strongest of Shifeng's clones, with combat standards to rival veteran peak experts. For a time, Shifeng's 8 clones thoroughly suppressed Demon Palace's 40-plus experts, repeatedly pushing them back and away from Wind Gulls and White Rainbow's fights. Is he even human? Twilight Dawn began to panic as Shifeng suppressed her team all by himself. Their team was the main force of Demon Palace's 3rd trump card legion. Almost no one was strong enough to threaten them. And yet, Shifeng single-handedly pushed their team to the brink of annihilation. Surviving was enough of a problem right now, let alone saving their 2 assassins. This was an utter nightmare. Everyone, hold on for a little longer. Black Flame's doppelgangers can't last that long. Once the doppelgangers are gone, his time will be up. Evil Qilin shouted, seeing his teammates lose their confidence. Shifeng's performance had exceeded his expectations, but doppelganger skills typically had a short duration. Once Shifeng lost his doppelgangers, ending his life would be easy. I'm afraid that you don't have that luxury. Shifeng quipped, activating his disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, Demon Palace's members felt an indescribably powerful pressure, and their basic attributes and physiques rapidly began to weaken. The Tier 2 players' attributes, in particular, fell by 30%. Now, even ordinary level 100 Tier 2 experts would be a match for them. Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts didn't fare much better. Both their basic attributes and physiques fell by 20%, causing their combat power to plummet. Because of the disintegration field, the gap between Shifeng's doppelgangers and Demon Palace's members widened even further. Now, even Evil Qilin slid back as he fought Shifeng's doppelganger. He was no longer a match for the clone head-on. The other Tier 3 experts from Demon Palace couldn't even put up a fight. Shifeng's doppelgangers sent them flying with every swing of their swords, forcing them to reveal weaknesses for the doppelgangers to exploit. The Tier 3 healers couldn't keep up with the doppelgangers' damage. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after 5 seconds, one of the Tier 3 peak experts fell. Another followed a few seconds later. This battle was no longer a fight. It was a slaughter. In the 20 seconds after Shifeng had activated Disintegration Field, 5 of the 13 Tier 3 players from Demon Palace had died. The remaining Demon Palace members were terrified. At this rate, Shifeng would eliminate them all in less than a minute. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Evil Qilin shouted, gritting his teeth. He couldn't continue watching Shifeng massacre his team. Chapter 24:19, Evil Qilin terrified. We've won. Chapter 24:19, Evil Chelan terrified. We've won. Hearing Evil Chelan's order to retreat, Cleansing Flame's jaw hit the floor. When Demon Palace had first arrived on Dragonheart Island, it had caused a huge sensation, and many of the superpowers had quickly learned to fear it. Of all the feats Demon Palace had accomplished on the island, the most amazing was its achievement of elevating War Blood to the #1 adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, Evil Chelan's team had beaten the various superpowers' main forces into submission, ensuring that no one dared to oppose his guild. Aside from a few super guilds' main forces, not a soul on Dragonheart Island could contend with Evil Chelan's team. When Cleansing Flame had learned that Demon Palace had sent Evil Chelan's team to hunt down her commander, she had nearly fallen to despair. Heaven's Blade had the power, more or less, to resist War Blood, but against Demon Palace, it would be utterly helpless. And yet, not only could Shurfong contend with the main force from one of Demon Palace's trump card legions, but he had also defeated that team. It was unbelievable. Although Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts could defeat Evil Chelan's team, they'd have to rely on guerrilla warfare in the fields to pick off the team members. Defeating the team head-on was practically impossible. Evil Chelan, Dark Scorpion, and Twilight Dawn were no ordinary experts. Evil Chelan, in particular, was one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island and fully capable of annihilating Heaven's Blade's main force by himself. Meanwhile, Demon Palace's members felt bitter about their commander's order to flee. Normally, they were the ones that terrified their opponents, but Shurfong had single-handedly forced them to run with their tails tucked between their legs. If they told this story to the people waiting outside the tunnel, those players would assume they were joking. This situation was simply impossible. They were all extremely strong, and 16 of their 50 members were Tier 3 experts. Moreover, 2 of them ranked among the top 20 of Dragonheart Island's experts. Twilight Dawn might not rank among the top 20, but she definitely ranked among the top 30. Not even super guilds could afford to dispatch such a powerful team without limiting its operations. Even if a super guild sent such a team against them, they wouldn't suffer such a devastating loss. However, this impossibility had happened, and their opponent wasn't a trump card legion from some super guild. They merely faced a pseudo-superpower. And to make matters worse, Zero Wing's guild leader, Shurfong, had defeated them without help. If word of this spread, Demon Palace's reputation on Dragonheart Island would be ruined. But despite their bitterness, Demon Palace's members didn't hesitate to follow Evil Chelan's orders. They immediately scattered and fled, ignoring Shurfeng's doppelgangers. Their retreat was so decisive that even Shurfong was stunned by their abrupt response. He wouldn't have been surprised if ordinary players were fleeing from him, but such a retreat was humiliating for experts like those from Demon Palace. The stronger an expert was, the more prideful they'd be. Many experts would be more willing to die standing, rather than live on their knees. Furthermore, they'd only die once. With the support of a powerful guild like Demon Palace, recovering that level would be a piece of cake. What Shurfong didn't know was that Demon Palace wasn't like other superpowers. The guild hailed from the demonic hell world, where competition was far more intense than anywhere on the main continent. Losing a level and a piece of equipment could result in losing their positions as upper echelons in the guild. Why? Because opportunities were so hard to come by. Only with high levels and great strength could one find fortuitous opportunities, especially when one was a frontline expert. Losing their chance to reach greater heights because of a single death was entirely possible. The various superpowers generally had a cold, realistic attitude regarding their expert members. If players could rank at the top in a superpower, they'd receive more resources than their weaker comrades, but if they fell from that rank, they'd lose some of those resources and benefits. Unless it was an order from the guild, Demon Palace's members wouldn't sacrifice themselves for their own pride. Demon Palace had no qualms about abandoning its peak experts without a second thought, with the exception of domain realm experts. Given enough time, talent, and resources, the guild could nurture more void realm experts. Reaching the domain realm, on the other hand, required more than just those three factors. Luck was also necessary. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't shower domain realm experts with such respect, going so far as to offer them positions as Grand Elders without hesitation. Shifeng didn't bother to chase after Demon Palace's fleeing members after recovering from his shock. He simply stood there and watched them run. "Are we just letting them go, Guild Leader?" Shadow Sword asked after finishing White Rainbow off. As far as he was concerned, it was only natural to annihilate Demon Palace's team and teach them about Zero Wing's strength since the team had dared to ambush them. "We've already obtained the key. We don't have the time to waste on them," Shifeng said nonchalantly. He then turned to unlock the steel gate. Shifeng's goal wasn't to annihilate Demon Palace's members. It was to save Heaven's Blade's commander as quickly as possible. He was satisfied enough with teaching Demon Palace a lesson and letting Shadow Sword and the others get some training in. There was no reason to engage Demon Palace in a meaningless battle. Besides, even with his doppelgangers, hunting down every one of Demon Palace's fleeing members would take a very long time. By the time he finished War Blood or 13 Thrones would have reached Zwei. He'd only lose his chance to acquire one of the Tree of Life's main branches. He wouldn't let a small skirmish with Demon Palace ruin his plans. Shifeng's decision reminded Shadow Sword and his companions that they were here to save people, and they followed Shifeng into the inner corridor. After putting some distance between them and that monster of a swordsman, Demon Palace's members realized that Shifeng's party hadn't chased after them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew that if Shifeng intended to chase after them with his doppelgangers, very few of them would make it out of the tunnel alive. "Damn it! Black Flame is ignoring us!" Twilight Dawn cursed and slammed her fist into the wall beside her when she realized that no one had run after them, her expression shifting through a series of complex emotions. While she was glad that they hadn't lost a level, they were the creme de la creme of Demon Palace's third trump card legion, and Shifeng obviously considered them negligible, too lazy to bother hunting them down. It was humiliating. "He's not coming after us." Evil Qilin frowned deeply when he saw the steel gate at the end of the tunnel disappear. "It seems we have severely underestimated Zero Wing. We need to leave and meet with the Vice Guild Leader. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." EU if Shifeng had continued after them, he would have, at most, acknowledged that Shifeng was very strong, but since the swordsman ignored them, he couldn't help the terror he felt. Since the very beginning, Shifeng hadn't considered them equals. He didn't even consider them a threat to Zero Wing. Thus, it didn't matter if they escaped or died. Neither outcome would affect Shifeng's guild. As for the idea that Shifeng had let them go out of respect, that was a joke. Shifeng had killed Dark Scorpion and more than half of their team's Tier 3 experts. How could that be interpreted as respect? Twilight Dawn nodded reluctantly and started to organize the team to head back to the tunnel entrance. 10 minutes into their return trip, Evil Qilin's team encountered a small army of several hundred players. The team leader was none other than Yu Luo, who had temporarily allied with two other superpowers. Chapter 2420, Powerful Backer. Chapter 2420, Powerful Backer. There's a team ahead of us. Team leader Yu Luo, a level 102, Tier 2 Ranger, reported when he noticed blurry figures in the dimly lit passage about 400 yards ahead. As one ventured closer to the inner corridor, they'd have less visibility. At their current location, Not even Tier 3 players could see more than 300 yards ahead of them. Only a few classes, such as the Ranger class, would be able to see a little farther. A returning team? By the time Yuluo heard the Rangers' report, she, too, spotted a slowly approaching team of players. She immediately shouted a warning in the team chat. "Everyone, be careful! Maintain some distance. We want to avoid any misunderstandings. We're not here to fight." There was only one path leading into the Molten Ruins inner corridor, and no one, aside from Shifeng's group and Demon Palace's team, had entered the tunnel ahead of them. They had already made it past the most difficult parts of the tunnel, and were almost guaranteed to reach the inner corridor. Any other team that had gotten this far should be able to get into the corridor as well. Hence, any returning team they encountered had to have already visited the inner corridor. Any team that could reach the inner corridor was extraordinary. They must have also obtained some treasure, and were likely wary of other players. If they had a misunderstanding with this team, unnecessary conflict could easily break out. When the other two Superpowers team members heard Yuluo's warning, they nodded and moved toward the left side of the passage. They were careful to show no signs of hostility or intentions to plunder the strangers' loot. Nobody wanted an unnecessary fight this far in the tunnel. A large number of treasures and opportunities waited for them in the inner corridor, which was even more dangerous than the Molten Ruins outer region. Conserving as much strength as possible would be best. However, as the two teams grew closer to each other, Yuluo and the others revealed shock and confusion, getting a better look at the team leaving the tunnel. They were quite familiar with the returning team's members. Demon Palace. Practically every power had been afraid when they had seen Demon Palace's team enter the tunnel. Even Yuluo had rushed to band together with other superpowers because of their presence. And now, Demon Palace's members were returning to the ruins' outer area. Moreover, they were all in a miserable state, and more than half of the team's Tier 3 players were missing. How is this possible? Why are they returning? Did something prevent them from completing their mission? The various Superpowers members stared at Evil Qilin and his comrades in astonishment as their anxiety spiked. They knew how strong Evil Qilin's team was, with a total of 16 Tier 3 experts. Evil Qilin was even one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Overall, the man's team was even stronger than theirs, which included players from 3 superpowers. However, Evil Qilin's team was retreating with severe losses. For a moment, the various superpowers members even wondered if they would make it to the inner corridor. The 2 superpowers team leaders glanced at Yuluo, questions and doubt flashing in their eyes. She had assured them that once they reached this point, they would have cleared the passage. They shouldn't encounter any challenges from this point on, and would be able to enter the inner corridor to search for treasure and opportunity. Has the latter half of the tunnel's difficulty changed? The situation confused Yuluo as well. Based on the information from her commander, the latter half of the passage should only have a few monsters and a guardian boss. Once they slew the guardian boss, they'd obtain the key to enter the inner corridor. The guardian boss was merely a level 105 Grand Lord. Although casualties were unavoidable, killing it shouldn't be a problem for their team. Defeating the guardian boss should be child's play for Demon Palace's team. What could have happened to them to leave them in such a pitiful state? While everyone was confused, Evil Qilin had noticed Yuluo. Suddenly, a frightening aura washed over her team, and Demon Palace's remaining Tier 3 experts glared at Yuluo. An intense pressure bore down on everyone in the tunnel. Excellent. You Heaven's Blade members are quite impressive. Evil Qilin coldly hissed. I've truly underestimated you. I had never realized that you had such a backer. Demon Palace acknowledges this defeat, but don't you dare think that they can protect you for long. We'll see who gets the last laugh. With that comment, Evil Qilin brushed past Yuluo's team. The rest of Demon Palace's members followed, glaring at Yuluo and her companions from Heaven's Blade. Once Demon Palace's members were out of sight, the two Superpowers members turned to Yuluo, curious. Evil Qilin hadn't said much, but what he had said was shocking. None of them had thought that Heaven's Blade had support from an entity that could defeat Demon Palace's members so grievously that they had to retreat. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation across Dragonheart Island. Not even the various superpowers dared to offend Demon Palace, yet Heaven's Blade's backer was capable of contending with the guild's experts. This proved that Heaven's Blade had the support of a horrifying entity. How could you hide this from us, Team Leader Yuluo? I hadn't thought that Heaven's Blade had hidden so much strength. It's no wonder how Commander Zwei was able to reach the inner corridor, while the rest of us could only stare at the tunnel's entrance. Your people must be amazing to make Demon Palace's members suffer like that. Would you introduce us to this backer of yours? Even a little information will be satisfactory. We might have an opportunity to cooperate again in the future. The team leaders from the two superpowers amicably approached Yuluo, asking questions. They spoke as if they were addressing a family member. They were both eager to know more about the power that was powerful enough to contend with Demon Palace. They also wanted to avoid accidentally offending this power. If this power had beaten Demon Palace's team so badly, they'd meet an even more miserable end if they offended it. I'm not sure what he's talking about, Yuluo replied, confused. She had never heard of Heaven's Blade working with a power that was a match for Demon Palace on Dragonheart Island. Both team leaders glanced at Yuluo, skeptical. An act! This was clearly an act. Evil Qilin, one of Demon Palace's elders, had clearly stated that his team had encountered Heaven's Blade's backer, and as one of the adventurer team's Tier 3 experts and chief healer, there was no way Yuluo didn't know who it was. It's true. I don't know what he was talking about. Yuluo insisted when she saw the two team leaders' dubious looks. If Heaven's Blade had the support of such a powerful entity, why would she go to so much trouble to save her commander? The team leaders said nothing more to Yuluo's denial, but they ordered one of their subordinates to log out of the game and notify their superiors. The message was simple. Demon Palace has encountered a mysterious power in the molten ruin that had defeated them and forced them to flee. Meanwhile, this mysterious power supported Heaven's Blade. They also suggested that their superiors launch a thorough investigation on this mysterious power as soon as possible. While the subordinates related the message, Heaven's Blade's members racked their minds to figure out when their adventurer team had allied with such an amazing power. As for the possibility of Evil Qilin lying to them, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. That was impossible. Evil Qilin had no reason to lie. Unless Evil Qilin was suicidal, he wouldn't broadcast his defeat and tarnish Demon Palace's reputation and prestige. Could it be 13 Thrones doing? After pondering the matter, the only super guild Yuluo could think of that had any relationship with Heaven's Blade was 13 Thrones. That would explain Demon Palace's injuries, but considering the situation further, something felt amiss to her. I should notify the commander. She should know something about this. Yuluo sent one of her assassins to log out of the game and notify their commander. Demon Palace's retreat, after all, was wonderful news for their adventurer team. Chapter 24-21, Monster Level Genius Molten Ruin, Inner Corridor. Chapter 24-21, Monster Level Genius Molten Ruin, Inner Corridor. After venturing further into the inner corridor, Zwei and her team reached an altar hall the size of a football field. Because of the various traps and monsters they had encountered, less than 30 players remained on the team. Of the 8 Tier 3 players the team had started with, only 6 remained. Their losses had been considerable. Commander, those monsters seem afraid to enter the hall. a Tier 3 berserker mentioned when he realized that the mechanical golems pacing in the corridor refused to follow them. Breathing a sigh of relief, he continued, "That was close. I almost thought we wouldn't make it." To escape Warblood's pursuit, they had run through the inner corridor. They desperately fought the entire time, unable to relax their guard. Doing so had exhausted their stamina and concentration. If they had to continue at that pace for another half an hour, Warblood wouldn't have needed to attack. They would have died as soon as the mechanical golems caught up. Now that they had made it to a room where the mechanical golems wouldn't follow, they could finally catch a breather. This might be one of the inner corridor's safe zones. Take this chance to rest up. Everyone, Zwei, the female guardian knight wearing a silver knight's helmet and a black-white suit of armor, said as she glanced around the hall. Assassins and rangers, check this room for traps. As always, Zwei's voice sounded gentle and sacred. It was impossible to detect her fatigue. It earned even more respect from her team members. Zwei was the team's lead MT, and as such, she had been fighting for hours. She had even borne the burden of tanking 2 Grand Lords. She should have expended more stamina and concentration than any of her teammates, yet she seemed perfectly fine. The team's assassins and rangers did as they were told and began to inspect the hall for traps. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sat and pulled potions from their bags, using the opportunity to restore some of their lost stamina and concentration. "What should we do now, Commander?" Warblood's members are likely getting close, but if we move deeper into the ruin, we'll likely encounter a challenge we can't overcome, a Tier 3 female elementalist worriedly asked as she examined her system map. Although they had found a safe zone, it wouldn't protect them from Warblood's team. It was only a matter of time before Warblood caught up to them. Furthermore, they should be very close to the central corridor according to the system map. The monsters in that area were all level 110 or higher and were too strong for players of their levels to defeat. If they died, not only would they lose all of the Tree of Life's branches they had acquired, but they'd also lose levels and equipment. If we are doomed, we might as well charge into the central corridor and meet our deaths. I refuse to let Warblood take advantage of us. Prison Tiger, the Tier 3 berserker, declared he had already thought the matter through. It did not matter whether their team ran into Warblood's members or rushed headlong into the ruins' heart. Both meant their annihilation. If they were going to die, either way, they might as well ensure that Warblood waste their time and energy. The rest of the team members nodded their agreement. They had thought that the Tree of Life's branches would help their adventurer team's development skyrocket. But Warblood had pushed them to the brink of annihilation. They absolutely couldn't allow Warblood to benefit from their destruction. I'm afraid that isn't for you to decide. Shortly after the Tier 3 Berserker's proclamation, a deep, powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Who is it?" Prison Tiger snarled in surprise. Everyone spun toward the speaker, only to find no one there. It confused them. 2 seconds later, however, space blurred, and several translucent figures appeared. The figures solidified after another 3 seconds, revealing more than 30 players at the end of the hall, and every one of them radiated the aura of Tier 3 players. Blood Oath. Prison Tiger's expression turned grim when he saw who the man leading the group of new arrivals. He hadn't expected Warblood's team to catch up to them so quickly. That's right. You guys really know how to run. We had to use a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll just to catch up, Blood Oath said, smiling. He then glanced at Zwei and continued, "Commander Zwei, it's time for you to hand over the Tree of Life's branches. Or do you still insist we take them from you?" Blood Oath had wanted to avoid using the precious Tier 3 group invisibility scroll, but when he had heard that 13 Thrones was on his tail, his hand had been forced. If 13 Thrones' main force caught up with Heaven's Blades, not even Warblood and Starlink would be able to touch the adventurer team. 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild with a foundation that easily trumped Starlink's and Warbloods. Blood Oath's team didn't wait for a response, and the 31 Tier 3 experts behind him moved to surround Heaven's Blades members. Heaven's Blades team began to despair. They could sense that the weakest of their opponents was a Void Realm expert. Furthermore, Starlink's 4 Shadow Demons had joined Warblood on this hunt. The 4 Shadow Demons were particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. Any virtual gaming expert knew of them during their early days. These 4 players had given the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds massive headaches. Not only did those 4 players have Starlink's full support in God's domain, but they had also reached Tier 3. The 4 Shadow Demons could likely wipe out Heaven's Blades' entire team on their own. Commander, you should get out of here. Tiger, and I will hold them back. They won't be able to get to you once you're in the central corridor, the Tier 3 Elementalist advised Zwei. The Elementalist recognized that Heaven's Blades team stood no chance against Warblood's experts. Rather than involve Zwei in this meaningless battle, she'd be better off if she fled into the central corridor by herself while the rest of the team bought her time. Without needing to worry about her teammates, Zwei would have an easier time reaching the central corridor as well. I've already told you that isn't up to you. Blood Oath spat. He then turned toward the 4 Shadow Demons and politely requested, I'll have to trouble you for. Leave it to us. After all, it's why the guild leader sent us. Sword Demon agreed, nodding. He and the 3 other Shadow Demons then approached Heaven's Blades commander. We've heard plenty about you, Commander Zwei. Although we'd like a proper battle with you, we're burdened with responsibility. I'm afraid you'll have to take offense. The 3 other Shadow Demons then moved to surround Zwei. They were so fast that Heaven's Blades' other members didn't have time to react. Come, I've waited for the chance to learn from you 4. Zwei shouted back. Her helmet hid her expression, but based on her calm tone, everyone knew she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she burned with fighting spirit. With her bold declaration, an immense amount of mana burst from her body, so dense that a white mist began to manifest around her. She radiated a powerful, sacred aura, which felt as if a god had descended to the mortal plane. Amazing! As expected of the player to single-handedly lead Heaven's Blade in becoming one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. I admire you for reaching that realm at such a young age. Sword Demon praised Zwei, shocked by her performance. Everyone believed that Zwei had only reached the initial stages of the domain realm and still had a long way ahead of her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Sword Demon could tell that wasn't the case. Zwei had progressed quite far into the domain realm. Even he had only managed the feat in his old age. As the 2 teams were about to engage, a loud commotion broke out outside the hall. Everyone spun to see what had happened. Has 13 Thrones arrived? Prison Tiger muttered, hopefully. A moment later, a figure entered the altar hall, and when they saw who it was, Heaven's Blades members were shocked. Cleansing Flame. Chapter 24-22, Black Flame's Arrival. Chapter 24-22, Black Flame's Arrival. Cleansing Flame's sudden appearance stunned and confused Heaven's Blades members. Why is Flame here? Prison Tiger wondered as he rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was so exhausted that he was hallucinating. Their commander and sent Cleansing Flame retreating from the inner corridor with a portion of the exploration team. Although she had later run into Zero Wing, which had helped her team, returning to the inner corridor and reaching this altar hall so quickly shouldn't have been possible. Moreover, Heaven's Blades members couldn't figure out how Cleansing Flame had made it past the army of mechanical golems that roamed the inner corridor. They had suffered considerably to get this far. Yet Cleansing Flame didn't even seem to have lost much stamina or concentration, much less HP. She looked as if she had taken a leisurely stroll through her backyard. How did she get here? Blood Oath narrowed his eyes at Cleansing Flame. The corridor was littered with mechanical golems, and many of them were great lords. There were also several Grand Lord-ranked mechanical golems outside the hall. Not even his team would have made it to the altar hall safely without using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. And yet, despite being a Tier 2 player, Cleansing Flame had entered the hall without taking any obvious damage. It was also obvious that she hadn't used an invisibility scroll. It was astonishing. While everyone stared at her, Cleansing Flame ignored Warblood's team and addressed Zwei. "Commander, reinforcements have arrived," Cleansing Flame excitedly announced, her voice resonating throughout the hall. "We're saved. Reinforcements. This is great. We can finally leave this godforsaken place." Heaven's Blades members released a hell breath, joy, excitement, and relief washing over them. The constant fighting and hiding had tormented their mental states, and they had been incredibly depressed when they thought about how Heaven's Blade might fall from their position as one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams once they were annihilated. How could they hold themselves back from celebrating now that reinforcements had arrived to save them? Even if without the main branch, Heaven's Blade's strength could reach a new level with the Tree of Life's side branches. Reinforcements. In contrast, Blood Oath was clearly unhappy about Cleansing Flame's announcement. How did 13 Thrones members get here so quickly? He knew that 13 Thrones was trying to rescue Heaven's Blade, since the Super Guild's representative had contacted him, asking him to give up on his hunt for Zwei. However, the idea of owning a Tree of Life was too tempting, and 13 Thrones forces had been nowhere near Zwei's team. If Warblood could annihilate Heaven's Blade's team and secure the Tree of Life's main branch, 13 Thrones would likely let the matter slide. Furthermore, Warblood and Starlink were partners in this situation, and starting a war with both organizations wouldn't benefit 13 Thrones, especially not over a Tree of Life main branch. If Warblood clashed with 13 Thrones' main force, however, it would be a different story. The Super Guild would consider it a declaration of war, and to protect its reputation, 13 Thrones wouldn't let Warblood or Starlink off the hook. "Are we going to continue this fight, Commander Blood?" Sword Demon asked in a whisper to Blood Oath. This Blood Oath hesitated, unsure of which route to take. With 13 Thrones members here, the tables had turned, but he didn't want to give up now that he had set his sight on the Tree of Life's branches. While Blood Oath hesitated, Cleansing Flame spoke again, and the atmosphere changed again with her next statement. "Commander, Guild Leader Black Flame, and his 3 companions will be here soon. Then we can all get out of here safely," Cleansing Flame said, joyfully jogging up to Zwei. Prism Tiger and the rest of Heaven's Blades members fell silent at that, their expressions twisting in disappointment. What was going on? Zero Wing was their reinforcements. After giving the matter some thought, Heaven's Blades members realized what was happening. Cleansing Flame had informed them that she had secured Zero Wing's help and was going to lead the guild's members to the inner corridor. But why did Zero Wing only bring 4 people to rescue them? Did you misspeak, Flame? Are you sure it's 4 people, and not 40? Prism Tiger anxiously asked. There was a huge difference between 4 and 40 people. "No, I said what I meant. For people," Cleansing Flame confirmed, shaking her head. The statement rendered Heaven's Blades members speechless. They all assumed there was something wrong with Cleansing Flame's mind. "Good. This is excellent. You actually dare to play us for fools." Blood Oath gave Cleansing Flame a painfully cold look. "Do you really think you can just leave because Zero Wing is here?" His team had seen his earlier hesitation, but he had only paused because he had thought 13 Thrones team had arrived. But now he learned that Zero Wings members had come, not 13 Thrones. To make matters worse, only 4 of Zero Wings members were coming to rescue Heaven's Blade. If everyone thought he had shrunk back in fear of 4 Zero Wing members, he'd be humiliated. Blood Oath wasn't the only one enraged. Every War Blood and Starlink member in the hall was furious. A Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame had played them all for fools. "You've doomed us, Flame," Prison Tiger said, smiling bitterly when he noticed War Blood and Starlink's members burn with rage and fighting spirit. Cleansing Flame might have fooled Blood Oath and his companions, but her actions had only added fuel to the fire. Even if Zero Wings members could help them, they'd likely have an even more difficult time dealing with their enemies now. "Relax, Big Brother Tiger. We're safe now," Cleansing Flame confidently replied, smiling at Prison Tiger's gloomy expression. Safe. Prison Tiger was at a loss for words. War Blood and Starlink had arrived with a team of 32 players, and every one of them had already reached Tier 3. How could they possibly be safe against such a force? "Kill them. Leave none alive." Blood Oath snarled, his expression darkening when he saw the smile on Cleansing Flame's face. War Blood and Starlink's experts moved in on Heaven's Blade's members, rage burning in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear Heaven's Blade's team to shreds. Boom. Suddenly, before War Blood and Starlink's team could act, a deafening blast echoed throughout the hall. A gigantic figure, 8 meters tall, then flew into the hall. The figure was made of steel and wielded a great sword. It was a guardian soldier, a Grand Lord ranked mechanical golem. The guardian soldier crashed into one of the hall's stone pillars, shattering it. Upon close inspection, one would notice the deep slice in the golem's body, which nearly split the Grand Lord in two. A guardian soldier? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Who did this? Everyone in the hall was familiar with how powerful the guardian soldier was. Even Tier 3 MTs struggled to tank the level 107 Grand Lord's normal attacks, and yet a sword strike had sent it flying. Before everyone could react, another deafening boom reached them from the inner corridor. This time, several Great Lord-ranked mechanical golems were thrown into the hall. As clouds of dust filled the corridor, the players in the hall felt as if some monster lurked within. Moreover, this monster was approaching the altar hall. Everyone suddenly felt a cold chill crawl down their spines as they watched the hall's exit, overwhelmed with anxiety. As the dust settled, fur-cloaked players walked toward the hall. Blood Oath and the others were quite familiar with the figure in the lead, instantly recognizing him. Sword King Black Flame. Chapter 24-23. Black Flame's Might. Chapter 24-23. Black Flame's Might. The appearance of Shurfeng's group of 4 instantly made both sides freeze. At this moment, let alone War Bloods and Starlink's members, even Heaven's Blade's members had their mouths hanging. After all, this scene was simply too shocking. Everyone present was well aware of how powerful the inner corridor's golem army was. Both teams had suffered severe losses due to these golems. Anyone who tried to force their way through the golem army would suffer losses several times higher than if they employed crafty methods like using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. However, Shurfeng's group of 4 had not only brute-forced its way through the golem army, but also sent so many golems flying into the altar hall. This was simply unbelievable. Black Flame. An indescribably dark expression appeared on Blood Oath's face when he saw Shurfeng, the words he spoke sounding as if they had come from the pits of hell. At this point, Blood Oath's hatred for Shurfeng was immeasurable. After Shurfeng killed him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, his prestige in War Blood had gone up in smoke. If not for his abilities and strength being sufficiently strong and the shares he held in Warblood, he most likely would have had difficulty remaining Warblood's commander. After all, unlike ordinary adventurer teams, Warblood had backing from major corporations. Hence, he wasn't the only decision-maker in the organization. Aside from Blood Oath, Starlink's 4 shadow demons were also glaring at Feng, belligerence written across their faces. All thoughts of fighting Zvi had vanished. Now, only Feng existed in their eyes. "I never thought that we would actually meet this brat here," Sword Demon said, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. "Ever since I got promoted to Tier 3, I've been itching to repay the humiliation he gave me. Wind, Mad, and Heart, you 3 get ready as well." This was not the first time Sword Demon had seen Feng displaying absurdly high basic attributes. Hence, he was not particularly surprised that Feng had made it all the way here with just a group of 4. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared even higher. After all, ever since he got promoted to Tier 3, his strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If Feng had not improved as much as he had after getting promoted to Tier 3, then he would have been disappointed. You can count on us. Originally, I thought we wouldn't get an opportunity to exact revenge on him. Now that he's here, things could not be better. Wind Demon replied eagerly. After reaching Tier 3, the system restrictions on their bodies had been thoroughly lifted, which allowed them to control their bodies with much greater precision. In addition, the 4 of them had also learned a battle array. Feng was undoubtedly the best target for them to test their new strength. "Sword Demon, don't take this opportunity from me. He must die at my hands." Blood Oath warned coldly when he saw the 4 shadow demons preparing to take action. He could regain his lost reputation and prestige only by killing Feng with his own 2 hands. "Commander Blood, I'm afraid we cannot do that," Sword Demon said, frowning as he rejected Blood Oath's warning. His desire to kill Feng was not the slightest bit weaker than Blood Oath's. How could he possibly agree to leave Feng to Blood Oath? Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Heaven's Blades members were stupefied. Crap! Just how much aggro has Black Flame built up with them? Prison Tiger blurted out when he saw Blood Oath and Sword Demon wrangling over who would kill Feng. Originally, Warblood and Starlink had partnered to target Heaven's Blade. However, the moment Feng appeared, they fell out with each other and completely forgot about Heaven's Blade. However, before Blood Oath and Sword Demon could settle their dispute, the guardian soldier that had clambered out of the remains of the stone pillar charged at Feng without hesitation. At this moment, dark green runes appeared all over the guardian soldier's steel body, and the ambient mana flowed toward it rapidly. Its aura continuously intensified, and the cut on its body healed instantly. "Oh no, the guardian soldier has gone berserk," Prison Tiger exclaimed, his complexion paling when he saw the guardian soldier's transformation. Although the guardian soldier was only a level 107 Grand Lord, when it went berserk, its strength rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. Even Zvi would not dare tank it in such a state. To current superpowers, level 100+ mythic monsters were still incredibly dangerous existences, killing even tier 3 MTs in just 2 or 3 hits. Without special means, even the various superpowers' main forces would have to avoid fighting level 100+ mythic monsters. Hence, the Guardian Soldier was no trivial opponent now that it had gone berserk. When Heaven's Blades team came across berserk Guardian Soldiers before, they could only resort to Tier 4 magic scrolls to restrict the Grand Lords in order to escape. Unfortunately, they had already used up all their Tier 4 magic scrolls, so they were helpless against this berserk Guardian Soldier. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blades members, Warbloods and Starlink's members also wore grim expressions on their faces. Although their team had previously defeated a berserk guardian soldier, they had paid a huge price. In the next moment, the berserk guardian soldier arrived before Shifeng and immediately swung its greatsword down at the swordsman. As the greatsword covered in emerald runes descended, it tore through space and left a pitch-black trail. "It's over." Prison Tiger's heart sank when he saw the guardian soldier targeting Shifeng's group. From the fact that Shifeng's group of 4 had managed to arrive at this hall, Prison Tiger could tell that they possessed extraordinary strength. These 4-0 wing members might not be able to save Heaven's Blade's team, but they would be of some help in the fight against Warblood and Starlink. Heaven's Blade's team might manage to flee again. However, if the Guardian Soldier were to kill Shifeng's group of 4 now, then Heaven's Blade's team would definitely be doomed. Just as Prison Tiger and the others were about to shut their eyes and avoid watching the inevitable, Shifeng suddenly unsheathed Killing Ray and held the sacred sword horizontally overhead. He showed no intention of dodging the Guardian Soldier's full power slash at all. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, a powerful storm surged into the surroundings, nearly sweeping the Tier 2 players within a 100-yard radius off their feet. How is this possible? Prison Tiger, who stood a short distance away, gaped in shock at Shifeng. The swordsman had actually blocked the Guardian Soldier's attack. Moreover, under the redirection of Shifeng's sword, the Grand Lord's great sword had landed beside the swordsman. Hence, Shifeng had barely taken any damage. Meanwhile, Warbloods and Starlink's members were similarly gawking at Shifeng in stupefaction. The Guardian Soldier's attack was undoubtedly at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 metric tons would suffer heavy injuries if they received this attack with a life-saving skill. Shifeng, however, had blocked it so easily. Before everyone could wrap their head around this shocking scene, Shifeng swung the Twilight Blade, which he held with his other hand, at the Guardian Soldier. Tier 3 legacy skill, Void Slash, secret technique, Lightning Flash. Before becoming a master magician, Shifeng could already execute his Tier 3 skills at 90% completion rate or higher. Afterward, his control over his mana body improved significantly. As a result, the completion rate of his Tier 3 skills reached whole new heights as well. System: Void Slash skill completion rate 99%. Skill proficiency +5. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Suddenly, 9 resplendent sword lights appeared and transformed into lightning arcs that pierced through the Guardian Soldier's body. The Grand Lord's body shot back like a bullet and crashed into another stone pillar, shattering it. The Guardian Soldier then collapsed to the ground in a heavily damaged state. As everyone stared at the prostrate Guardian Soldier, a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. Chapter 24:24. Silenced. Chapter 24:24. Silenced. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Prison Tiger was flabbergasted as he looked at the heavily injured Guardian Soldier. He had experienced the strength of a berserk Guardian Soldier himself. Back then, it took all he had just to block one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Meanwhile, he had not only gotten sent flying by the attack, but also lost more than 2/3 of his HP. If not for his commander's timely use of a Tier 4 magic scroll to bind the Guardian Soldier's movements, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Shifeng, however, had actually forcefully stopped the Berserk Guardian Soldier's attack despite being a Tier 3 Sword King. Following that, he had heavily injured the Grand Lord with just one strike. His strength attribute was frighteningly high. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blade's members, even Warbloods and Starlink's members who had planned to target Shifeng were stunned by this scene, their mouths hanging wide open as they gawked at the prostrate Guardian Soldier. Damn it! How did he become so strong? Blood Oath's expression turned indescribably heavy as he gazed at Shifeng, his anger and fighting spirit fizzling out. Previously, their team had managed to kill a Berserk Guardian soldier only after using 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls and sacrificing 7 Tier 3 players. Although they had resurrected the fallen players afterward, the resurrected players still lost half a level, which would affect these players' progress considerably. Now, however, Shi Feng had actually heavily injured the Berserk Guardian soldier, so casually, if they fought the swordsman, their losses would most likely be even worse than if they went up against a Berserk Guardian soldier. After all, players were different from monsters as opponents. The movements of monsters were controllable to a certain extent through the manipulation of aggro. Monsters were also lacking when it came to dodging and blocking attacks. They merely relied on their high HP to outlast players. In contrast, players might not have as much HP as monsters, but they could avoid and defend against attacks. In a fight between experts of equal combat standards, it would be very difficult to reach an outcome, unless there was a massive difference in basic attributes, as neither side would be able to land a vital hit easily. Both sides could only resort to a battle of attrition. Old sword, it seems we have a problem. I'm afraid this brat's basic attributes are on par with those peerless monsters. In fact, his might even be superior to theirs, Wind Demon said to Sword Demon as he watched the Guardian soldier struggle to stand up. There were 3 peerless experts on Dragonheart Island, and the various superpowers dreaded every one of them. Even Starlink did not dare offend these monstrous existences. Meanwhile, the strength Shi Feng had just displayed was not the slightest bit inferior compared to those 3 peerless monsters. If it came down to a fight, even if the 4 of them utilized their newly learned battle array, victory over Shi Feng would still be a long road to hoe. Not to mention, there was still Heaven's Blades, Zwei. The strength she had displayed similarly exceeded their initial expectations. His strength attribute surpasses that of Grand Lords of the same level. Sword Demon was filled with an indescribable sense of consternation as he stared at Shi Feng. Just how many resources and opportunities did he receive? With Starlink's backing, the resources Sword Demon had obtained were far beyond what guild leaders of first-rate guilds got. In addition, while challenging his Tier 3 promotion quest, he had come across a fortuitous opportunity and secured himself a strength-type bloodline and peak legacy. Now, in terms of strength, he was already close to rivaling Grand Lords of the same level. With the boost from the battle array, his strength would surpass that of a Grand Lord. In terms of strength, he undoubtedly ranked at the top of God's domain. The only ones that could surpass him were Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts. However, those 3 peerless monsters all had a super guild supporting them. The resources and opportunities they received were far superior to his. Hence, his inferiority was only natural. Shi Feng, however, had only 0 wing behind him. Even though the guild was allied with superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, producing a peerless expert should still be impossible for it. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, whether it was Warbloods or Starlink's Tier 3 experts, every one of them froze, their eyes brimming with fear as they looked at Shi Feng. Heaven's Blades members were stunned to see this. The fact that Shi Feng had heavily injured a Berserk Guardian soldier with one move was already plenty shocking. Now, he even deterred Warbloods and Starlink's members from taking action. These 32 Warblood and Starlink members were not only Tier 3 players, but also at the Void Realm standard at the very least. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout Dragonheart Island. No wonder Black Flame brought only 3 people with him to rescue us. He actually possesses such frightening strength. With this, Warblood and Starlink will have to think twice. Early Butterfly, a Tier 3 female elementalist from Heaven's Blade, said joyfully when she saw this scene. The 3 peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island were terrifyingly strong. Even the various superpowers' main forces were afraid of provoking them. Now, Shifeng had revealed that his strength rivaled those three peerless monsters. If he worked with Heaven's Blades members, then War, Blood, and Starlink's chances of victory would be considerably low. What do you think, Big Brother Tiger? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Cleansing Flame said proudly as she glanced at the stunned prison tiger. She knew very clearly what kind of strength Shifeng possessed. Even Demon Palace's main force was no match for him. War, Blood, and Starlink naturally wouldn't stand a chance against him, either. At this moment, Cleansing Flame even started wondering how Prison Tiger would react if he found out that Shifeng had repelled Demon Palace's main force members all by himself in a frontal confrontation. Meanwhile, after Shifeng heavily injured the Guardian Soldier, Cola, Turtle Dove, and Shadow Sword joined the fight. Although the three of them were not as strong as Shifeng, they still weren't existences that War, Bloods, and Starlink's experts could take on one-on-one. Only Domain Realm experts, like Blood Oath, and the four Shadow Demons would stand a chance against them. For a time, the members of Heaven's Blade, War, Blood, and Starlink watched quietly as Shifeng's group of four took out the Guardian Soldier, an indescribably complex atmosphere filling the hall. After looting the Guardian Soldier, Shifeng turned to Blood Oath, a smile appearing on his face as he asked, "Commander Blood, you've been watching for quite some time now. Are you planning to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off?" Although Blood Oath and the others had reached Tier 3, they still were not much of a threat to Shifeng. After all, he possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. He would, at most, be wary of Warbloods and Starlink's hidden trump cards. After all, as Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, Warblood should have come across plenty of fortuitous opportunities. The strength it concealed definitely could not be underestimated. At Shifeng's words, Blood Oath's complexion turned ashen. For a moment, the berserker wavered over his decision. If he chose to fight, he would have to go up against Shifeng, someone whose strength rivaled Dragonheart Island's three peerless monsters. If he chose to retreat, he would be abandoning an excellent opportunity to obtain a Tree of Life. In addition, Warblood's reputation would most likely take a hit. After all, it would be impossible to keep such a huge incident under wraps. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, when Heaven's Blades members saw this scene, they could not help but look at Shifeng in reverence. Ever since Warblood became Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, it had remained in the limelight of Dragonheart Island. No superpower dared to offend it. Aside from Shifeng, there were most likely only a handful of individuals that could push Warblood to such an extent. Right then, however, another commotion occurred in the inner corridor. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the altar hall's entrance. In the next moment, a team consisting of 50-plus members walked out of the monster-infested inner corridor and into the hall. The powerful aura the team exuded surprised everyone present. Meanwhile, every one of these players sported 13 Thrones Guild emblem. Leading these 13 Thrones members was an elderly man, Elder Wu, one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders. Chapter 24-25. At the Brink of War? Chapter 24-25. At the Brink of War? With the appearance of Elder Wu's team, the silent atmosphere grew tense once more. "Commander, this is bad. Elder Wu actually made a personal trip here," Prison Tiger said, his expression turning grim when he saw Elder Wu and the two neat rows of 13 Thrones experts standing behind the elderly man. Every one of the 13 Thrones members present was a Tier 3 player. They outnumbered Warbloods and Starlink's Tier 3 experts combined, a clear display of a super guild strength. Meanwhile, Elder Wu was someone every power operating on Dragonheart Island knew about. After all, this elderly man was one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders and major shareholders. He had watched 13 Thrones grow from nothing into a super guild. Even 13 Thrones' current guild leader had to listen to Elder Wu's words. He was someone with authority within the super guild 13 Thrones. In addition, Elder Wu had full control over 13 Thrones' development on Dragonheart Island. Even 13 Thrones' guild leader could not casually interfere in the guild's development here. To save itself, Heaven's Blade had had no choice but to make a transaction with 13 Thrones. Of course, the precondition for this transaction was for 13 Thrones to reach Heaven's Blade in the inner corridor ahead of Zero Wing. Whichever guild managed to reach Heaven's Blade first would receive the Tree of Life's main branch. The main branch should have gone to Zero Wing, as Shifeng's group of 4 had reached Heaven's Blade's team first. However, with 13 Thrones Elder Wu having personally made the trip to rescue Heaven's Blade's team, the situation was now much more complicated. It doesn't matter who they sent. A deal is a deal, Zwei said calmly. She remained utterly unfazed by the appearance of Elder Wu and 13 Thrones experts. We can only let 13 Thrones waste a trip here this time. Upon hearing Zwei's words, Heaven's Blade's members could not help but gaze at her in awe and reverence. Her overwhelming strength and absolute justice were precisely the reason why they had chosen to join Heaven's Blade. However, despite their sentiments, Heaven's Blade's members still felt their heads aching because of the current situation. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Having dispatched such a grand force to save Heaven's Blade, 13 Thrones was unlikely to tolerate returning empty-handed. Not to mention, a prestigious individual like Elder Wu was even leading the super guild's team this time. If this matter was not handled properly, chances were high that 13 Thrones would decide to annihilate Heaven's Blade. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Blood Oath saw 13 Thrones' arrival, his pale complexion suddenly brightened into a smile. Nice timing. I want to see what Zero Wing is going to do in this situation, Blood Oath thought as he turned to look at Shifeng, his excitement apparent for all to see. Blood Oath knew about the agreement between Heaven's Blade and 13 Thrones. If 13 Thrones had reached Heaven's Blade before Zero Wing, he would indeed have considered the situation hopeless. After all, War Blood and Starlink's joint team stood no chance against the 50-plus Tier 3 experts 13 Thrones had dispatched. Moreover, Elder Wu's left and right hands were also on this team. They were none other than the masked man and woman standing behind Elder Wu. Although this pair did not have any fame or achievements on Dragonheart Island, Blood Oath had had them secretly investigated and learned that both of them were more than capable of ranking among the top 10 experts of Dragonheart Island. After all, both of them had secretly fought Demon Palace's Evil Qilin in a one-on-one fight before, with the result being a draw. The presence of these two great experts, in addition to the 50 other Tier 3 experts, meant this team from 13 Thrones could move through Dragonheart Island completely unhindered. Even the 3 peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island would not be willing to clash with such a team unless absolutely necessary. However, under the current circumstances, not only would 13 Thrones not become Warblood's enemy, but it would also serve as Warblood's greatest helper. Unless Shifeng was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, what awaited him would be 13 Thrones' sanctions. At that time, Blood Oath would not mind lending a hand to 13 Thrones. During the time Heaven's Blade and Warblood were pondering over this matter, Elder Wu got a clear look at the situation inside the altar hall. Zero Wing arrived first. Elder Wu's complexion turned slightly ugly when he saw Shifeng. The peak experts present were able to detect Elder Wu's change in complexion instantly. After all, the physique of Tier 3 players was incredibly powerful, allowing peak experts and above to perceive even the smallest changes in a person's expressions. Immediately, the atmosphere in the hall chilled. So, They're planning to fight. Prison Tiger's head ached when he sensed the change in the atmosphere. He then glanced at Cleansing Flame, who stood beside him, and said quietly, "Flame, can you try persuading Black Flame? A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. We stand no chance against 13 Thrones and Warblood's teams." Prison Tiger knew very clearly that with Zvi's personality, it was utterly impossible to dissuade her from a decision she had made. Hence, their only hope now was to change Shifeng's mind. If Shifeng was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, then they could avoid fighting a futile battle. However, if Shifeng was adamant in keeping the main branch, then a battle against 13 Thrones and Warblood would be inevitable. You want me to persuade him? Cleansing Flame revealed a bitter smile upon hearing Prison Tiger's words. "Big Brother Tiger, I'm afraid that will be very difficult." Through her journey with Shifeng, she had gotten a clear idea of the man's personality. Similar to Zvi, Shifeng would persist with his decisions regardless of the cost. Moreover, the decision to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch was for Zero Wing to make. An outsider like herself had no place in the decision-making process. As Heaven's Blades members racked their brains over this matter, Blood Oath and his team took the initiative to approach Elder Wu. "Greetings, Elder Wu. I am Blood Oath, Warblood's commander," Blood Oath said, smiling. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time now. Since you have made a personal trip here today, Warblood and Starlink will withdraw from the struggle for the Tree of Life. So, you're Warblood's commander. Younger people really are growing increasingly stronger with each generation." Elder Wu nodded his head approvingly at Blood Oath's respectful attitude. "If Elder Wu requires Warblood's help, please feel free to say so. We will definitely assist you to the best of our abilities," Blood Oath offered, smiling. He then glanced at the distant Shifeng and continued, "If there's anybody that dares disrespect you, Warblood will definitely teach them a lesson." Blood Oath's attitude immediately made the Heaven's Blade members present nervous. They had never thought that Blood Oath would give up on the Tree of Life so decisively and even choose to side with 13 Thrones. This situation wasn't beneficial to Heaven's Blade or Zero Wing at all. "Allow this old man to thank you," then Elder Wu said, chuckling. He then stopped paying attention to Blood Oath and started walking towards Shifeng's group of 4, together with his subordinates. As Elder Wu's group approached Shifeng, the anxiety Heaven's Blades members felt ramped up. At the same time, the atmosphere also grew increasingly tenser. It felt as if a war would break out at any moment. Hopefully, Guild leader Black Flame won't be too persistent, Cleansing Flame prayed inwardly. Although the Tree of Life was important, there were still plenty of opportunities inside the molten ruin. If Zero Wing started a fight with 13 Thrones now, it would not gain any benefits. After all, 13 Thrones possessed far greater strength on Dragonheart Island than Warblood and Starlink combined. Meanwhile, Blood Oath, who was watching this scene play out from a short distance away, wore a sneer on his face. Now, so long as Shifeng made one wrong decision, Zero Wing would face the full wrath of Warblood, Starlink, and 13 Thrones. Even if Shifeng chose to compromise today, Zero Wing would still lose the Tree of Life. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, regardless of Shifeng's decision, Zero Wing would not be gaining any benefits. During the time everyone was anticipating a fight breaking out, Elder Wu arrived before Shifeng and quietly observed the young swordsman for a short moment. "Guild leader Black Flame, we meet again. I have to congratulate you this time. You actually reached this place so quickly from the molten ruins outer corridor. This old man really cannot help but admire you. If you have some spare time in the future, you should pay a visit to 13 Thrones residence. You remember Happy Art, right? That little girl has been pestering me to form a partnership with Zero Wing," Elder Wu said with a friendly smile, his behavior making it seem as if he had just met an old friend. Meanwhile, upon hearing Elder Wu's words, whether it was Warbloods or Heaven's Blades members, they could not help but gape at this scene, unable to wrap their heads around this situation. Chapter 24-26. He is a peerless monster. What's going on? Chapter 24-26. He is a peerless monster. What's going on? Why is Elder Wu treating Black Flame so politely? Everyone in the hall stared at the old man in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Elder Wu was a great authority in 13 Thrones, which even the guild leader had to bow to. Moreover, he was one of the most influential figures on Dragonheart Island. What possible reason would he have to act so friendly with a pseudo-superpowers guild leader? What is going on? Is 13 Thrones giving up on the Tree of Life? Shock and confusion overcame Blood Oath as he watched Elder Wu. The Tree of Life was a treasure that could tempt any superpower. It was capable of producing water of life, after all, which was necessary for resurrecting NPCs. A Tree of Life nurtured from a main branch could also bear fruits of life, which could increase personal guard's growth potential. A source of such valuable items would be a significant boon to any superpower. Blood Oath had been clear about his offer to help 13 Thrones eliminate Zero Wing's few players for free, yet Elder Wu had decided to give up on this golden opportunity. It was utterly baffling. Warblood and Starlink's team wasn't the only one confused. Heaven's Blades members were just as astonished by the situation. What kind of person is he? Prison Tiger muttered as he gazed at Shurfeng. Elder Wu was famed for using force to get what he wanted on Dragonheart Island. He never even showed the other Superpowers Guild leaders any respect. Furthermore, he had fought 2 superpowers over a treasure at sea. The incident had shocked everyone on the island. That treasure had only been an epic item, which wasn't even in the same league as a main branch from the Tree of Life. Prison Tiger had been certain that Elder Wu would move against Zero Wing, and Heaven's Blade wouldn't be able to do anything about it. 13 Thrones had never promised not to steal the branch from Zero Wing if the guild's team won it. If Elder Wu ordered an attack, he wouldn't be breaking any promises. But not only hadn't Elder Wu attacked Shurfeng's 4-man party, rather, he had personally congratulated the swordsman. For a moment, Prison Tiger even wondered if Shurfeng weren't actually Zero Wing's guild leader, but the leader of some super guild. In truth, Elder Wu's amicable greeting had even surprised Shurfeng. He had never expected the old man to take such a friendly tone with him. After a moment of silence, Shurfeng smiled and replied, "Elder Wu, your praise is too generous. If I have time, I will certainly pay 13 Thrones a visit. I believe there are many ways a partnership between our guilds could benefit us in God's domain." Based on Elder Wu's attitude, Shurfeng realized that he wanted to form an alliance regarding the Tree of Life, which was wonderful news for Zero Wing. Not only was 13 Thrones a veteran super guild, but it also dominated a large section of the Eastern continent. A partnership with 13 Thrones would greatly benefit Zero Wing's development. Moreover, nurturing a Tree of Life's main branch wasn't, by any means, easy. Doing so would require many precious resources. Even if Heaven's Blade kept its main branch, the adventurer team didn't have enough resources to grow it into a Tree of Life. In the end, it would only be a very expensive decoration. "It's a deal, then. Little Art will be overjoyed to hear this," Elder Wu said, his smile becoming even more companionable with Shurfeng's agreement. "Of course. Zero Wing has always been open to working with 13 Thrones," Shurfeng said, nodding. He wasn't joking about his interest in forming a mutually beneficial relationship with the Super Guild. 13 Thrones territory on the Eastern continent was one of flatlands and mountainous regions. Because of that, the Super Guild had access to all sorts of well-known ores, including materials required to produce level 100-plus weapons and equipment. This was the very reason that 13 Thrones had enjoyed such an advantage in acquiring level 100 plus weapons and equipment during his previous life. If Zero Wing could negotiate for a stable supply of materials from 13 Thrones, it could surpass other superpowers when it came to equipment production, and the guild wouldn't have to worry about a lack of materials due to limited territory. Zero Wing still relied on the public market and the secret pavilion's connections as its main source of materials, but neither source was reliable. The materials available on both markets depended on how willing the various powers were to sell their materials. If the various powers refused to sell, securing the materials Zero Wing needed would be considerably challenging, because the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically after level 100. The materials necessary for producing such items had reached astronomical prices, and supply had been extremely limited during Shifeng's previous life. Most of the market's items had come from independent players, and there hadn't been enough to support a guild's development. This was also why first-rate guilds hadn't been able to outcompete superpowers after mainstream players had reached level 100. Meanwhile, everyone's jaws hung open as they watched Shifeng and Elder Wu's pleasant conversation. As experts, they could all determine a player's emotional state. If Elder Wu had only been performing for the sake of propriety, he was now truly treating Shifeng as a friend and speaking with the swordsman as an equal. Not even Blood Oath, Warblood's commander, qualified to receive such treatment. After conversing for a short while, Shifeng and Elder Wu parted ways. Keeping with his agreement with Heaven's Blade, Shifeng then guided the adventurer team's members out of the molten ruin. Black Flame, Blood Oath gnashed his teeth as he watched Shifeng leave the hall alongside Heaven's Blade's team, his rage spilling forth and causing the players around him to shudder. Blood Oath had already suffered a massive blow to his reputation after Shifeng had slain him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, and now he had to stand aside and watch the man lead Heaven's Blade's members out of his grasp. It was unprecedentedly humiliating. Commander Blood, you need to calm down. 13 Thrones people are still here. Taking action now wouldn't be appropriate. Sword Demon quietly advised Warblood's leader. Shifeng's most recent display had proven that he could nearly rival Dragonheart Island's 3 peerless monsters, and the man had just solidified a relationship with 13 Thrones. If Warblood and Starlink attacked Zero Wing's small party now, they'd be digging their own graves. With Sword Demon's warning, Blood Oath calmed immediately. He then shifted his gaze toward 13 Thrones members who stood a short distance away. He realized that all of 13 Thrones members were staring at his team, and based on their postures, they were clearly prepared for battle. It left no room for doubt that 13 Thrones' team would attack his if he tried to pull anything against Zero Wing. Blood Oath was stupefied. He could understand if 13 Thrones had simply intended to give up on the fight for the Tree of Life's main branch and maintain a neutral stance, but the Super Guild's players chose to side with Shifeng. Blood Oath even wondered if they were putting on an act. Since when had Zero Wing and 13 Thrones been so friendly with each other? Once Shifeng's group was out of sight from the altar hall, Blood Oath shifted his gaze toward Elder Wu. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what is the meaning of this, Elder Wu? Blood Oath boldly demanded. Even if you hadn't come for the Tree of Life, was it necessary to do this to us? Blood Oath knew that even if they combined their strength, Warblood and Starlink were no match for 13 Thrones, but that didn't mean that they couldn't stand up to a super guild. Normally, he would have shown 13 Thrones the respect it deserved and let the matter slide. However, he couldn't care less if he were being disrespectful to Elder Wu right now. Besides, 13 Thrones wouldn't start a war with Warblood and Starlink over a simple question. I am doing this for your own good, Elder Wu answered. Surprisingly, he wasn't insulted by Blood Oath's rudeness. He actually chuckled and shook his head. What do you mean? Blood Oath's anger grew. By protecting Zero Wing, Elder Wu had basically slapped him in the face, yet the old man was saying it had been for his own good. This was laughable. I know Demon Palace is supporting War Blood, so you think that you have nothing to fear on Dragonheart Island, Elder Wu said, as he shot Blood Oath a sidelong glance. Sneering, he continued, "However, I'm afraid that you aren't aware that not long ago, Black Flame defeated Demon Palace's main force members, who had been led by Evil Qilin himself. In fact, Black Flame very nearly killed Evil Qilin with one move. Now, Black Flame has been publicly acknowledged as a peerless monster. I'm sure the news will spread across Dragonheart Island soon. Now that you know, do you still wish to pick a fight with that swordsman?" Chapter 24-27, Dragonheart Shocked. Chapter 24-27, Dragonheart Shocked. When they heard Elder Wu's explanation, War Blood and Starlink's members gasped, filled with shock and disbelief. Elder Qilin's team lost. Blood Oath muttered, stunned. It was hard to believe, but Elder Wu had no reason to lie to him. He was also aware that Evil Qilin had led some of Demon Palace's main force members into the molten ruin. However, not only was Evil Qilin one of Demon Palace's elders, but he also ranked among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Not even Sword Demon was as powerful. Moreover, Evil Qilin had his 2 vice commanders from Demon Palace's 3rd Trump Card Legion to support him in combat, and Blood Oath had experienced their strength personally. Both could even put up a good fight against Sword Demon. Although the rest of Evil Qilin's team was slightly weaker, they were all Tier 3 experts with the demonic Hell Word's special legacy. Aside from Dragonheart Island's 3 Peerless Monsters teams, no power on the island should be able to defeat Evil Qilin's team. And yet, Elder Wu had just informed them that Shi Feng had done just that. Moreover, Shi Feng had nearly instant killed Evil Qilin. How could Blood Oath believe something so outlandish? I know you don't believe me, but I have the battle video of that encounter. You can take a look for yourself, Elder Wu said, smiling at Blood Oath's frozen expression. He then sent the video to War Blood's commander. In truth, Elder Wu was a little annoyed that War Blood had ignored 13 Thrones' warning and continued its pursuit of Heaven's Blades team. Hence, he hadn't minded letting Blood Oath and his team learn their true worth. For now, Shi Feng's battle video wasn't available to the public, but War Blood should be capable enough to acquire it, which was why Elder Wu didn't mind revealing this secret. How is this possible? Blood Oath watched the video, utterly stupefied. The battle's outcome was even more unbelievable than he had imagined. Not only did the video show Shi Feng nearly instant killing Evil Qilin, but it also displayed Demon Palace's retreat as the team fled like rats from a sinking ship. The battle between Shi Feng and Demon Palace's experts had been completely one-sided. With the players you have here, your team isn't enough to take on Black Flame alone. Of course, if you think you can defeat Dragonheart Island's peerless monsters, you can challenge the man, Elder Wu said, still smiling as he saw Blood Oath's expression shift to one of horror. It's no wonder why he ignored us. So, he already this powerful. Even Sword Demon paled when he saw the video. Sword Demon knew that he was just slightly stronger than Dark Scorpion, and that was only because he had superior combat standards. Shi Feng, however, had killed Dark Scorpion in one move. Sword Demon doubted that he would have fared any better if he had been in Dark Scorpion's place. Even if he activated his battle array, he would, at most, rival Evil Qilin's power. The outcome of a battle with Shi Feng wouldn't be any different for him. Complex emotions swam within Blood Oath. He felt both terrified and fortunate. The fact that Shi Feng had become a peerless monster after reaching Tier 3 petrified him, and he celebrated the fact that he hadn't rushed into a fight with the swordsman. War Blood would have suffered so severely that it might have been forced to use its trump cards, which Blood Oath wanted to avoid more than anything. "I've already done you a kindness in warning you. I've heard that War Blood has a grudge against Zero Wing. If that's the case, you should be careful in the future," Elder Wu said, chuckling before he left the hall with his team. Warblood had disregarded 13 thrones after gaining Demon Palace's support, but now that Zero Wing had a peerless monster like Shifeng, Warblood would have a tough road ahead. That despicable old fox. Blood Oath inwardly cursed as he watched Elder Wu's departing figure. Elder Wu hadn't told him this out of kindness, but as a warning to Warblood. Now that the adventurer team's backer had made such a powerful enemy, Warblood had lost its reason to act so arrogantly. "Commander, I'm afraid that our future is going to be challenging now that Black Flame is so strong," Ink Feather said. They had clashed with Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island frequently. If Shifeng disregarded his reputation and moved against Warblood's experts personally, the adventurer team would suffer grave losses. Warblood would be utterly helpless before the swordsman. "It seems I'll have to have a chat with Demon Palace and Starlink," Blood Oath said. He, too, understood that the situation had grown beyond Warblood's capabilities. A peerless monster had astonishing strength and influence. Warblood's only hope of survival was to rely on the two superpowers. Meanwhile, news of Shifeng's victory over Evil Qilin's team spread like wildfire. The strength he had displayed had particularly shocked Dragonheart Island's various superpowers. Only the island's 3 peerless monsters had the strength to defeat a team of that caliber single-handedly. This incident had also begun to change the various superpowers' attitudes regarding Zero Wing. The various superpowers had only felt that Zero Wing's peak combatants could rival those from ordinary superpowers, but when it came to overall strength, the guild couldn't compare. However, after this event, the various superpowers began to view Zero Wing as an equal. At the very least, they intended to treat Shifeng, Zero Wing's guild leader, as respectfully as they did guild leaders of actual superpowers. And this was all because of Shifeng had been recognized as a peerless monster now that he had reached Tier 3. It wasn't easy to reach Tier 3 in God's domain. Even peak experts had less than a 50% chance to succeed. Although more players would complete their Tier 3 promotion quests as they reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they would still be a minority among God's domain's player base. Moreover, there would be a huge difference in players' strength depending on what difficulty they completed. All of the game's superpowers acknowledged this fact. Based on the fighting combat power Shifeng had displayed, it was clear that Shifeng had completed a very high difficulty setting with his Tier 3 promotion quest. His potential growth and strength couldn't be underestimated. While Dragonheart Island's denizens reeled over Shifeng's strength, he had safely escorted Heaven's Blade's members out of the molten ruin. During their journey, the various superpowers experts they had encountered had stared at Shifeng as if they had seen a ghost, and they promptly made way for the team. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU The Spectacular Scene had dumbfounded Heaven's Blade's members. It also reaffirmed that in God's domain, strength was everything. Commander's Vi was extremely powerful and ranked among Dragonheart Island's top MTs, but not even she could instill such fear and command such respect from the various superpowers. "Thank you for escorting us out personally, Guild Leader Black Flame. According to our previous agreement, this main branch from the Tree of Life is yours," Zvi said when she sensed the seal on her lift. She then took a dark gray crystalline tree branch out of her bag and said, "However, this branch has already withered. I'm afraid returning it to life will be very difficult." Regardless of how precious the Tree of Life's main branch was, it had withered. Unlike the side branches, she couldn't sense a trace of life energy from the main branch. Although Shifeng had earned it, whether or not he could nurture it into a tree of life was uncertain. "It's dead." When he received the crystalline branch, Shi Feng inspected it with omniscient eyes. Chapter 24:28, Tree of Life's Quality. Chapter 24:28, Tree of Life's Quality. Shi Feng didn't know how Zwei had verified that the main branch had withered, but his omniscient eyes wasn't an ordinary appraisal skill. His omniscient eyes would reveal more detailed information. He might still have a chance of nurturing the branch. The moment Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes, a 30-second loading bar appeared before him. Even a withered main branch from the Tree of Life is such an amazing item. Shi Feng stared at the crystalline branch in astonishment. For epic items, omniscient eyes only required 21 or 22 seconds, yet appraising this crystalline branch would require half a minute. Obviously, the Tree of Life main branch was even more valuable than an epic item. Furthermore, this was only a branch from the Tree of Life, not the actual tree. Moreover, Zwei insisted that the branch had already withered, which meant it shouldn't be nearly as valuable as a living branch. In God's domain, the elven race considered the Tree of Life a holy relic. It wasn't a true divine artifact, but its abilities and value were close. Of course, not all trees of life were that valuable. Trees of life were special items that contained life energy. They generally ranked between epic and legendary rank. The most powerful tree of life belonged to the elven race and was rumored to be on the cusp of becoming a true divine artifact, L. Despite its lack of life energy, the withered branch in his hand was more powerful than an epic item, which proved that it had great potential. Please don't let it be garbage. Even if it doesn't have any life energy, please have less than a 95% withered rate. Shi Feng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar fill. The Tree of Life was not a unique item. Many superpowers had obtained them in the past, but only a few had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life of their own. Naturally, a branch's withered rate. Based on the various powers research, a branch had no chance of surviving if it had a 95% or higher withered rate, regardless of whether it was a main or side branch. The lower the withered rate was, the greater the chances of survival the branch would have. Branches that were empty of life energy generally had an 80% or higher withered rate, which included the main branch in Shi Feng's hands. Shi Feng knew that the main branches the various powers had obtained during his previous life hadn't usually contained life energy. However, these branches were incredibly valuable, and as long as one could grow them, they'd be at least as valuable as several fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were some of the rarest and most valuable treasures in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds had had more than 15 of them, on average, in the past. First-rate guilds had held full control over entire kingdoms and over 1 million guild members, but despite the resources in their grasp, they had only secured a small number of fragmented legendary items. Time passed slowly for Shi Feng as he grew increasingly nervous while he watched the seconds pass. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. While Shi Feng stared intently at the crystalline branch, Zwei spoke up. Guild Leader Black Flame, Heaven's Blade has only dodged a tragedy because of your timely arrival. If you are interested, we will trade you a side branch for one level 100+ epic item, Zwei suggested as she watched the focused man before her. Zero Wing had certainly helped Heaven's Blade a great deal. Had Shi Feng's group arrived just a few minutes later, Heaven's Blade would have lost everything. She simply wasn't satisfied with repaying Shi Feng by offering a withered main branch from the Tree of Life. There's no need to feel bad about this, Commander Zwei. A deal is a deal. In fact, Zero Wing has greatly benefited from this transaction. Nurturing a Tree of Life from a side branch isn't easy, and Heaven's Blade has suffered considerable losses in the molten ruin. If you sell another branch, Your expedition will have been a complete waste of time, Shifeng said, shaking his head as he refused Zwei's well-intentioned offer. How about this? If you have any rare materials you wish to sell, Zero Wing would like to buy them at market price. A Tree of Life's side branch was worth several level 100-plus epic items. If he accepted Zwei's offer, Zero Wing would massively profit. However, the Tree of Life's side branches weren't that important to Shifeng. Rather than profit from a one-time trade, he'd prefer to deepen the relationship between Heaven's Blade and Zero Wing. Heaven's Blade was the fifth-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and although it couldn't compare to the various superpowers, its naval prowess shouldn't be underestimated. It also had several dozen powerful adventurer teams under its command. Overall, Heaven's Blade had just as much access to the ocean's resources as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As God's Domain's players progressed in the game, the various powers would turn their focus toward the sea. God's Domain was more ocean than land. After all, even if Zero Wing eventually grew its naval strength, it would only be able to secure a small fraction of the available resources, which was why, despite having superior naval prowess, Starlink had chosen to ally with Warblood. If Zero Wing could secure an alliance with Heaven's Blade and gain a stable source of materials, this partnership would be worth far more than a side branch from the Tree of Life. All right, if you insist, from now on, we will sell all of the rare materials that we would have otherwise sold on the market to Zero Wing. Zwei agreed, somewhat taken aback. She had never thought that Shifeng would refuse her offer. The Tree of Life side branches were also highly sought after, even by the various superpowers. She then turned to Cleansing Flame and said, "Flame, from now on, you'll be the vice commander in charge of materials. You'll also be responsible for handling transactions with Zero Wing." Cleansing Flame was stunned. She hadn't expected Zwei to promote her to vice commander so suddenly. However, she quickly recovered from her daze and nodded, "Understood." Heaven's Blade's other members couldn't help but envy their companion. Heaven's Blade might not be a superpower, but it was a top adventurer team with tens of thousands of members and several dozen large-scale adventurer teams under its commander. Even Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers had to treat Heaven's Blade's current 4 vice commanders with respect. Why wouldn't they be jealous that Cleansing Flame had just become the adventurer team's 5th vice commander? Of course, despite their envy, nobody objected to the promotion. Cleansing Flame was a bona fide Void Realm expert. She merely been unlucky during her Tier 3 promotion quest. Failing it, her combat standards, however, definitely qualified her for the position. The only reason she hadn't been promoted previously was because she hadn't contributed enough to the adventurer team. After this expedition to the Molten Ruin, however, that was no longer the case. Their main force had only avoided utter destruction thanks to Cleansing Flame's success in acquiring Shifeng's help. That major achievement was more than enough for her to earn the position of vice commander. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even Yuluo was a little jealous of Cleansing Flame. She had gotten lucky running into a peerless monster like Shifeng, becoming a vice commander before Yuluo. Yuluo had been surprised when her team encountered Zwei and Shifeng's group halfway through their journey into the inner corridor. She had never expected Shifeng to reach her commander successfully, and based on what Zwei's team members told her, it seemed that Shifeng had suppressed Warblood and Starlink's 32 Tier 3 experts with his presence alone. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll become a vice commander through my own strength. Yuluo inwardly swore as she glanced at Shifeng. While Heaven's Blade's members envied Cleansing Flame, the loading bar before Shifeng completed. The crystalline branches attribute panel then appeared before him. What? This is a Tree of Life branch that has survived since the Great Destruction. Chapter 24-29, Divine Artifact, Ranked Tree of Life. Chapter 2429, Divine Artifact, Ranked Tree of Life. Shi Feng stared at the attribute panel before him, stunned, and he even wondered if he were dreaming. Withered Tree of Life's main branch, special fragmented legendary rank. A withered main branch from the Tree of Life. This branch contains a trace of the world energy that has survived since the Great Destruction, which is why it continues to exist, even now. Withered rate, 94%. The branch's introduction was simple and brief. Players new to God's domain wouldn't see any value in the crystalline branch, but Shi Feng, who knew plenty about this world, was a different story. The Elven race's Tree of Life was the oldest Tree of Life still alive in God's domain. It was also the highest quality Tree of Life, yet it had only grown after the Great Destruction. However, the main branch in Shi Feng's hand was even older. It was unbelievable. Before the Great Destruction, God's domain had enjoyed the era of the gods, an age when even gods enroamed the continent. One could only imagine how amazing the world had been. It was no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary item that had survived since the Great Destruction was an absolute treasure in the present day. Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what the rank the trees of life that had existed at that time had been. For all he knew, those trees of life might have been divine artifacts. Divine artifacts could determine the prosperity or death of an entire race. Such items had been like the ancient gods' children. Shi Feng had only seen 2 divine artifacts, attribute panels, in the War God's Temple due to a legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. Not a single kingdom or empire could rival it. And yet, despite such power, the War God's Temple only had 2 divine artifacts in its possession. Before today, Shi Feng hadn't understood the true strength of divine artifacts. In fact, he had even wondered if players could actually get their hands on one. Even after a decade in God's domain, no one had ever heard of a player acquiring a divine artifact. The strongest items he had heard of players obtaining were legendary rank. A legendary item could allow a player to transcend tiers. If a player stumbled across a divine artifact, they'd gain unimaginable strength. Although the Tree of Life was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment, it could produce valuable items such as the Water of Life, Fruits of Life, and Nuclei of Life. The higher the Tree of Life's rank was, the more of these items it could produce, and the shorter its production cycles would be. At the fragmented legendary rank, a Tree of Life had a 1-month production cycle, which would only yield 3 of each item. A Tree of Life at legendary rank could produce 3 to 5 items every fortnight. Its withered rate is so high, at 94%. It's just 1% away from becoming useless. I'll have less than a 10% chance of restoring it to life. Shi Feng could not help but frown at the branch's withered rate. He knew that a branch would be useless if it had a 95% or higher withered rate, but only one power had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life from a 94% withered branch. Moreover, that had only been a side branch. Of course, there was no difference between restoring a main branch or side branch. Both would need a steady supply of materials that contained high-purity mana and life energy to restore the branch's life force, allowing it to grow naturally. Not even the various superpowers were guaranteed to return life to a fragmented, legendary ranked branch with a 94% withered rate. Restoring life to the branch would require legendary ranked materials with exceptional mana and life energy. Such legendary materials were painfully rare. One would have to rely on luck to obtain them. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng found the situation reasonable. Compared to a divine artifact, ranked Tree of Life, legendary materials were insignificant. It seems I'll have to prepare for my trip to the Western continent properly, Shi Feng inwardly decided. As far as he knew, There were only two legendary materials that filled the criteria to restore the branch in his hand. The first was the World Core, an item that would only appear when a world was destroyed. Only 3 World Cores had ever appeared during Shifeng's previous life, and at least a dozen superpowers had fought desperately over each one. The World Core was the best material for producing legendary items. Players had even considered them divine artifact-level items back then. The second material Shifeng knew of was the Star of Light. The Star of Light was a super rare material that could only be found inside massive stars that fell on the Western continent. Players had only found 6 stars of light in the past. Although they weren't as rare as World Cores, they were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. One could use a Star of Light as the core of a city's magic array. Not only would this substantially increase a city's defenses and mana density, but the city's magic array would also absorb starlight at night, automatically replenishing its mana reserves and reducing the city's magic crystal cost. Stars of Light were the ideal energy core for guild cities. After inspecting the crystalline branch, Shifeng parted ways with Heaven's Blades members and left the Molten Ruin with Kola and his comrades. He didn't want to waste even a second more. The Molten Ruin might have a lot of treasures and flying mount eggs, but they were nothing compared to the Tree of Life. Furthermore, Zero Wing already had the Crimson Dragon flying ship design. As long as the guild had enough materials, it could mass-produce flying ships for its members, which would be a much more reliable method of obtaining flying mounts. Most importantly, if he could restore life to the main branch he now owned, he would have a source of fruits of life. Not only would he be able to increase the growth potential of the guild's personal guards, but he could also increase their flying mounts' potential. In God's domain, a flying mount's rank made the difference in how much it could help players. Shifeng would also have a source for nuclei of life, a super rare material that he could use to forge epic weapons and equipment. Just as Shifeng was about to return to White River City with his party, however, he received a call request. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain, whom Shifeng hadn't been able to contact while the Molten Ruin was still sealed. Phoenix Pavilion Master, has something happened in the ruin? Shifeng asked. He had initially planned to meet up with Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team to prevent War Blood and Starlink's members from ambushing them, but since his victory over Evil Cheelin's team had come to light, he was confident that his enemies wouldn't cause more trouble. Hence, he had decided there was no point in convening HMD1, continue exploring the Molten Ruin. He had other concerns right now, and Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team should be strong enough to handle anything the Molten Ruin could throw at them. Nothing's wrong in the Molten Ruin. In fact, War Blood and Starlink's members have chosen to leave us alone, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. We've also gotten quite lucky. So far, we've found 2 horned eagle eggs. You've already found so many? Shifeng was surprised to hear it. Although the Molten Ruin was a treasure trove, obtaining so many flying mounts in it shouldn't be possible. He figured the ruin would have, at most, 20 horned eagle eggs. Otherwise, flying mounts would have been widely available in his previous life, not the luxury items they had been. With so few eggs available, Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's group would be fortunate to find a single one. And yet, after only spending a few hours in the Molten Ruin, they had already found 2 eggs. Even if luck played a role, their harvest was astounding. Moreover, Phoenix Rain and her team had only explored the outer corridor. They'd likely find even more abundant treasures in the inner corridor. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. We got lucky and stumbled across a hidden room, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. Jokingly, she continued, however, I didn't call you just to brag. I've just received a message from headquarters stating that Mythology's representatives have visited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main residence. The Great Pavilion Master has recalled both Pavilion Masters. I don't think mythology is visiting with good intentions, so I'd like to invite Lord Peerless Monster to make the trip back with me. With you by my side, I'll have more leeway. Mythology. Sure Feng frowned at the mention of the name. He hadn't expected Feng Shirhan to act so soon and lock onto Phoenix Rain. All right, I'll head your way immediately. He wasn't sure if mythology was trying to wound Zero Wing by pressuring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but he didn't mind using this opportunity to show off Zero Wing's strength. After disconnecting the call, Sure Feng contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, how is the production for the Crimson Dragon flying ships coming along? Chapter 2430, Mythology Dawn Ridge, Twilight City. Chapter 2430, Mythology Dawn Ridge, Twilight City. The Dawn Ridge was located right next to the level 100 neutral map closest to the Apocalypse Empire, and it had long since become a hub for mainstream players. Many superpowers had established guild towns and cities in the area, but of all the towns and cities in the map, the most popular was Twilight City. Twilight City had a player population of 3 million and was in no way inferior to NPC cities. The Dawn Ridge was located between a mountainous region and the sea, and Twilight City had been established on a hill near the shore. Not only did players have easy access to the sea from the city, but they could also reach a level 100 neutral map quite quickly. The location was a convenience for players that occasionally operated on the ocean, which was why the city was so popular. Aside from the city's convenient location, Twilight City was so popular because it was home to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters. It was the most well-developed guild city the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion owned, and it was far safer than any other guild towns or cities in the Dawn Ridge. Meanwhile, several flashes of light illuminated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall as Phoenix Rain and her team returned to the residence. The moment the idling guild members noticed her group, they adopted a respectful attitude, particularly the young men and women who had recently joined the pavilion. When they saw Phoenix Rain's alluring, mysterious figure clad in bright red robes, they were mesmerized. The pavilion master is amazing. Not only is she so charismatic, but she also completed her high-difficulty Tier 3 quest in one attempt. She's even level 103 already. I wish I could join her personal security team. I'd get to play God's Domain with her every day. A level 100 female elementalist gushed, watching Phoenix Rain with starry eyes. Stop dreaming. You've just joined the guild, yet you want to become the pavilion master's personal bodyguard. Only the top-ranked newcomers have a chance to earn such a position. You should have seen those monstrous players. Even if our basic attributes were equalized, they could single-handedly take out several dozen of us. A male berserker, the elementalist's team leader, rolled his eyes. Once upon a time, he too had dreamed of earning such a high position in the guild, but since he had begun to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's training sessions and began to grow stronger, he fell into even greater despair. The difference between him and the guild's geniuses was more than just a matter of basic attributes. In ordinary guilds, a refinement realm expert would be considered a part of the guild's backbone, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was the minimum requirement to become a core member. Players would only become a pillar of strength once they reached the Void Realm. Usually, only the top 10 players of the several thousand internal members the pavilion recruited each year would have a chance of reaching the Void Realm. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a veteran super first-rate guild, and it required much of its internal members. Experts who were well known among the public meant nothing in the pavilion. While the guild's members quietly conversed, another commotion erupted in the guild hall. A dozen or so players descended the stairs from the second floor, led by a beautiful woman. Beside the woman stood 9 Dragons Emperor. The strange woman wore dark blue leather armor and carried a crimson short sword, which hung from her waist toward her back. The sword sheath was decorated with ancient ruins that attracted the ambient mana, as if the mana in the first-floor hall had found its master. It fell under the strange woman's control as she appeared. A special bloodline legacy? Surprise flashed in Phoenix Rain's gaze when she noticed the stranger. As an elementalist, Phoenix Rain's perception of mana was keen, and she had gained a newfound understanding of mana after she had reached Tier 3. She could sense that despite being a Tier 3 assassin, the woman had just as strong mana affinity as she did. It almost seemed like the beautiful assassin was mana's favored child. The players behind the woman caused a similar phenomenon, only the ambient mana's reaction to them wasn't as strong. Rain, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mythology's Vice Guild leader, Cold Shadow, 9 Dragons Emperor, introduced with an exceptionally pleased expression as Phoenix Rain emerged from the teleportation hall. He had been startled when he had heard that Mythology's upper echelons intended to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had assumed that the pavilion was in major trouble. Mythology was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds, all of which had maintained their positions for many years. No guild could threaten their standings. There were even rumors that the 5 great super guilds were no longer on the same level as other super guilds. Greetings, I am the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain introduced herself. I've heard of you before, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Cold Shadow said, smiling. Your efforts at sea are a large part of the reason that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's naval prowess is what it is today. You also secretly supported Zero Wing in exchange for a large percentage of the Candlelight trading firm's shares. Now, Candlelight has influence in multiple kingdoms and empires and earns significant profits each day. Very few in God's domain can match your exceptional insight, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Your praise is too generous, Phoenix Rain calmly replied. May I know what business you have with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Vice Guild Leader Shadow? Phoenix Rain was suspicious of Mythology's visit and clueless about the Super Guild's intentions. Mythology had focused its development on the Western continent, yet it had come to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which was limited to the Eastern continent. So suddenly, this was just as significant as an international corporation seeking out a small, domestic company, and Phoenix Rain didn't know what to make of it. However, based on the great Pavilion Master's tone when he had requested her return to the main headquarters, it seemed that Mythology had come to find her. Something about the situation didn't feel right to Phoenix Rain, and seeing 9 Dragons Emperor's attitude, she was certain that Mythology wasn't here with good news. Oh, it's nothing major, really, Cold Shadow said, chuckling. Mythology simply wishes to extend its reach to the Eastern continent and wants to investigate the situation first. Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm is one of the potential partners we'd like to consider, but everyone knows that Zero Wing almost never sells its shares. Hence, we wish to purchase your shares of the trading firm. We're willing to offer you double the market price, in addition to selling some of the Western continent's unique materials and merchandise to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. We believe the transaction will benefit all involved. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I have already spoken with the great Pavilion Master about this, but he insists that Candlelight's shares belong to you personally, and that I'll have to speak with you about the situation. Of course, as long as you're willing to sell your shares of Candlelight, he'll be more than willing to ally with Mythology. Thus, I've come to negotiate with you, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Rain, this is the first time the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will get to cooperate with Mythology. Many of the guild's grand elders are looking forward to this. You mustn't let this opportunity go and disappoint the guild elders and great Pavilion Master, 9 Dragons Emperor earnestly advised. Blue Phoenix gave 9 Dragons Emperor a cold glare from behind Phoenix Rain. She wanted nothing more than to strangle the bastard. Whether or not Phoenix Rain sold her Candlelight shares was her problem, but Zero Wing must have a reason for being so stingy. If Phoenix Rain sold her shares, the decision would affect her relationship with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor was trying to force Phoenix Rain's hand by using the excuse of guild interest. Regardless of what Phoenix Rain decided, it was clear that the Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't benefit. Chapter 2431, Commotion at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 2431, Commotion at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Nine Dragons Emperor didn't bother to keep his voice down, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the first floor hall heard him. His statement immediately caused a commotion in the hall. What? That mythology wants to work with our guild? Mythology is one of the 5 great super guilds. If we can form a partnership, our guild will gain more strength and influence than ever before. Even super guilds will have to respect us. That's not all. Many powers from the other worlds have begun to arrive in the Apocalypse Empire and are competing with us for resources. If news of our partnership with mythology spreads, even those powers will fear us and won't dare to attack us in the field so casually. Mythology was merely a famous super guild to most ordinary players, but the pavilion's members, particularly its internal members, knew that mythology wasn't that simple. The virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds had been established at the birth of virtual reality games. Every one of them had more than a century of history, and they were responsible for hosting many international virtual competitions. Generally, players had to give an outstanding performance in these competitions to become an internal member in one of the 5 great super guilds. Ordinary experts had no hope of being recruited, although the 5 great super guilds had relaxed their recruitment requirements considerably since God's Domain's launch. One still had to be a refinement realm expert at the very least. It was easy to imagine how powerful those super guilds' foundations were. The fact that mythology was actively interested in forming a partnership with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was unbelievable. Every pavilion member in the hall turned toward Phoenix Rain. Nine Dragons Emperor had clearly stated that whether or not their guild worked with mythology depended entirely on Phoenix Rain's decision. Naturally, they all assumed they knew what her response would be. Big Sis Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor, is doing this on purpose. Blue Phoenix hissed, grinding her teeth, when she saw everyone's anticipatory looks. Although the great pavilion master and grand elders were responsible for choosing the next great pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was also incredibly important that the guild's members approved of the candidate. If the majority of the guild's members disliked the candidate, that individual would never become the next great pavilion master. The pavilion's members had no doubt that partnering with mythology was far more important than Candlelight's shares. Only a fool would turn down this opportunity. The benefits the pavilion could gain from an alliance with mythology were immeasurable. Just holding the Super Guild's banner would deter every superpower in the Apocalypse Empire from provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Mythology could also supply plenty of precious materials and merchandise from the Western continent. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had far more to gain from an alliance with mythology than from the Candlelight trading firm. If Phoenix Rain decided against selling her shares of Candlelight, she would earn every guild member's resentment. Blue Phoenix was sure that Nine Dragons Emperor had deliberately publicized the matter because he knew Phoenix Rain's general disposition. She valued contracts and favors, and he knew that she wouldn't just give away her shares of the trading firm. Hence, he had intentionally led Cold Shadow to the first-floor hall the moment Phoenix Rain returned to the residence. He might have pretended to lead their guest to the meeting room, but in truth, he wanted everyone to see the 2 women meet. If you think mythology's offer is insufficient, Phoenix Pavilion Master, you may state your demands. As long as it is within my authority to do so, I will give them careful consideration, Cold Shadow added after Phoenix Rain hadn't said anything for a long moment. Smiling, she continued, I'm even willing to sell some of the combat runes that are unique to the Western continent. With cold shadows, last statement, a tall, robust man behind her stepped forward. Silver runes flashed on his equipment, drawing in the surrounding mana and increasing the intensity of his aura to a new level instantly. Even the Tier 2 peak experts in the hall took a step back, staring at the man with fear in their gazes. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Even Blue Phoenix, now a Tier 3 player, was shocked by the transformation. Although she had sensed that the man was very dangerous, she had felt confident that she could hold her ground against him, but now she felt powerless before him. However, she could tell that the difference between them wasn't one of basic attributes, but from their different mental capacities. So, this is the Western continent's rumored combat rune. The situation even surprised Nine Dragons' Emperor. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no power on the Western continent, it had investigated it. The pavilion had even dispatched quite a few internal members to the Western continent, and although their efforts hadn't yielded many results, they had more than nothing. According to the pavilion's reports, combat runes were a special type of took that was similar to enchantments found on the Eastern continent. However, the combat runes offered stronger control over mana. The combat runes couldn't offer bonus basic attributes, but they could increase players' affinity with mana. They could even improve a player's mental capacity. In Nine Dragons' Emperor's initial opinion, the combat runes weren't all that impressive. Basic attributes and combat standards were far more important than mana control and mental capacity. However, he had realized how mistaken he was after reaching Tier 3. Both mana control and mental capacity were incredibly important for players' combat power because they influenced a player's ability to manipulate their mana body. The more control of one's Tier 3 mana body one had, the greater their overall combat power would be. Now that he had seen the combat runes in action himself, he realized how horrific they were. If he could secure a large collection of weapons and equipment with combat runes for him and his subordinates, no one on Dragonheart Island or in the Black Dragon Empire would have the power to threaten his position. The combat rune we've researched is quite impressive, isn't it? It's only at Tier 2 advanced rank, which can't compare to the Tier 3 combat runes we've researched, but it can double Tier 2 players' combat power. It can also provide a significant boost to Tier 3 experts' combat power, Cold Shadow explained, grinning smugly when she saw everyone's reactions. This isn't even the best they've got. Nine Dragons' Emperor could not help but gasp. This revelation was terrifying. Although the robust man beside Cold Shadow had reached the domain realm, Nine Dragons' Emperor could sense that he was only as strong as Martial Dragon, but after he activated his combat rune, not even Martial Dragon would last long against him. And yet Cold Shadow informed them that the robust man's combat rune was only at Tier 3 advanced rank. Nine Dragons' Emperor didn't even want to fathom how powerful the robust man would become if he were armed with a Tier 3 combat rune. It was at this moment that Nine Dragons' Emperor more or less realized how mythology had survived as one of the 5 great superguilds, even in a game like God's Domain. On paper, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might only be one rank weaker than mythology, but the true difference was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Naturally, the robust man's display with his combat rune sent the pavilion's members into another uproar. This is amazing. If I could equip that combat rune, too, I might be able to contend with Tier 2 peak experts. With that combat rune, I could complete a higher difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. Many of the refinement and flowing water realms experts glowed as they gazed at the robust man. They all waited eagerly for Phoenix Rain to agree to Cold Shadow's offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, as her comrades' desire for mythology's combat runes grew, Phoenix Rain's expression darkened. She had never dreamed that mythology would be so desperate for candlelight shares that they'd sell guild treasures like the combat runes. If she rejected mythology's offer now, she'd become the guild's #1 enemy. Just as she was about to speak, however, another commotion broke out outside of the guild hall. As the seconds passed, the players outside made even more noise. Curious, many of the members in the guild hall ran out of the building. "What's wrong with all of you? What's going on outside?" Blue Phoenix demanded an answer from one of her nearby guildmates. "There are flying ships. 3 flying ships have arrived above our residence." A Tier 2 ranger close to the entrance shouted back. Chapter 2432, Frightening Foundations, Flying Ships. Chapter 2432, Frightening Foundations, Flying Ships. Could it be Zero Wing? When 9 Dragons Emperor and the pavilion's other members heard someone mention flying ships, they immediately thought of Zero Wing. When Zero Wing's Crimson Dragon flying ship had first appeared in God's domain, it had caused a huge commotion among the various powers. At that time, the name Zero Wing had engraved itself in the superpowers' minds. In an era when flying mounts were still exceedingly rare, a flying ship could be immensely beneficial. Moreover, a flying ship would rule the skies with the combat power it possessed. If players didn't have sufficiently powerful anti-aircraft weapons, encountering an enemy flying ship could be devastating. However, 9 Dragons Emperor and his comrades shook the thought away. This time, there were 3 flying ships at their door. Obtaining a single flying ship was already incredible, but a guild like Zero Wing could never secure 3 of them. When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard the announcement, they were confused. They had expected Zero Wing to make the trip to Twilight City, but they couldn't have come with 3 flying ships. Could they? Is it not Zero Wing? Phoenix Rain frowned at the thought. A force of 3 flying ships was no trivial matter. Based on the information the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had acquired thus far, 1 ship would be more than enough to give the ruler of a guild city a headache. If 3 flying ships attacked a guild city together, they'd likely destroy the city's infrastructure by the time they finished, even if they didn't capture the city. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Twilight City would have a difficult time against 3 flying ships. This was why the various superpowers were so desperately trying to obtain their own flying mounts. Without an aerial unit, a guild would be at an overwhelming disadvantage against a flying ship. Although guild towns and cities had defense turrets and arrow towers, these defensive structures would struggle to land a hit on the highly mobile flying ship. The battle would merely be a one-sided beating. 3 flying ships. Cold Shadow was also curious about the situation. The Eastern continent already has a power that has developed to such a standard. The Western continent had flying ships as well, but they were exceptionally challenging to obtain. Although some of the Western continent's powers had discovered clues that could lead to a flying ship, they'd still need a considerable amount of time before they actually got their hands on it. This was another reason for her decision to annex Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain, 9 Dragons Emperor, and Cold Shadow left the guild hall with their subordinates in tow. They all wanted to know who owned these 3 flying ships. 3 steel giants hovered above the residence's plaza, the roar of their magic engines blasting throughout the area. Even players outside of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence could feel the gale the ships stirred up. The pavilion's experts, who had fought in many large-scale battles, were shocked. Although the flying ships didn't seem aggressive and simply hovered in the air, the experts' instincts screamed at them to flee. Staring at those flying ships, they felt as if they stood before 3 colossal beasts. This was why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Legion, which was stationed in Twilight City, had allowed the flying ships to enter the city and rest above their guild's residence. They hadn't even bothered to warn the flying ships or try to chase them off. They had only been able to stare as the steel giants passed, wary and afraid. When Phoenix Rain and her group emerged from the guild hall, the flying ship in the lead began to descend. The pavilion's members in the plaza promptly made room for the ship to land, afraid of provoking whoever piloted the steel giant. Not a single player in the plaza could wait to find out who commanded these 3 flying ships. Not even super guilds had this kind of air power. While everyone wondered which superpower controlled the flying ships, the side hatch on the ship that had landed opened. A dozen figures then disembarked. Not only were they all Tier 3 players, but they had also reached level 105, and most importantly, they all wore 6-winged emblems. 0 wing. How is this possible? The revelation stunned every pavilion member in sight. The fact that 0 wing had somehow procured 1 flying ship had already been astounding, yet now they discovered that the guild had 2 more. Some of the crowd even wondered if their eyes were playing a trick on them. But no matter how much they rubbed at their eyes, the fact that these dozen players wore 6-winged emblems didn't change. There was no doubt that it was 0 Wing's guild emblem. And based on the information in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's database, the cloaked man who had disembarked last was none other than 0 Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. This is impossible. How can 0 Wing have 3 flying ships? 9 Dragons Emperor stared at Sherfong, astonished. Flying ships were incredibly rare. Not even super guilds had one right now. So, how had 0 Wing obtained 3 flying ships? Phoenix Rain was similarly dumbfounded. She had never thought these 3 flying ships would belong to 0 Wing. Those were 3 flying ships they were talking about. With this kind of air power, 0 Wing could move through God's domain without contest, and transporting goods across the sea wouldn't be an issue. When 0 Wing had only had 1 flying ship, it had only proven to be a deterrent to the various naval powers. The sea was large, and even with the Crimson Dragon flying ship's mobility, it couldn't protect all of the naval routes 0 Wing used. However, with 3 flying ships, 0 Wing could safely deliver its merchandise wherever it needed to. As long as 0 Wing had safe and reliable transportation at sea, it wouldn't have any issues earning money or resources. The various superpowers knew this, or they wouldn't have invested astronomical sums of money and resources to increase their naval power. They did so precisely to ensure the safety of their transportation routes. The ocean had far more resources to offer than the land, and a stable transportation route at sea meant that one would have a steady source of naval resources. Once Phoenix ran, and 9 Dragons Emperor overcame their shock at seeing 0 Wing's flying ships, they noticed something else that gave them goosebumps. All 3 flying ships looked exactly the same. At first, they had been too shocked by the 3 ships to notice the flying ships' details. As they calmed down, they took the time to get a better look and realized that all 3 flying ships were identical. This meant that 0 Wing had not simply gotten lucky and stumbled across 3 flying ships. How could the guild have possibly found 3 identical ships by chance? Flying ships were similar to speedboats found at sea. Their designs would vary depending on where they were found. Since 0 Wing's flying ships looked the same, the guild must have obtained them through the same means, and the 3 flying ships before them hinted that as long as 0 Wing fulfilled whatever conditions there were, it could obtain even more. A force of 3 flying ships was practically invincible at this stage of the game. If 0 Wing could construct a full fleet in the future, not a single player in the plaza could even imagine what kind of air power 0 Wing could control in the future. Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor weren't the only players to realize this. Many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experts in the plaza thought of the possibility as well. They all stared at Sherfong as if he were a monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. If 0 Wing could truly establish a full fleet of flying ships, no superpower would dare provoke the guild. I apologize for being tardy, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Sherfong said as he approached Phoenix Rain. He glanced at Cold Shadow and the players behind her before he continued with a smile. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." He had wanted to keep his flying ships a secret as Zero Wing continued to develop its air power, but to ensure that Phoenix Rain continued to hold her position and influence in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had been forced to change his plans. Not only had Zero Wing exhausted all of its coins to craft these 3 flying ships, but it had also borrowed money for materials from the secret pavilion. The guild wouldn't be able to construct another ship anytime soon. Furthermore, the market didn't currently have enough materials to construct another flying ship. Based on everyone's shocked expressions, Shurfeng decided that he had achieved his goal. Chapter 2433. Foundations revealed one after another. Chapter 2433. Foundations revealed one after another 9 dragons. Emperor responded to Shurfeng's statement with a hateful glare. The Force Zero Wing had sent Twilight City on high alert. How could this be interpreted as anything other than an interruption? Moreover, Shurfeng's grand arrival had ruined 9 Dragons Emperor's efforts to interest his guild members in a partnership with mythology. Not only had Zero Wing's show of strength shocked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, but it had chased away any thoughts about mythology. "No, you haven't interrupted us," Guild Leader Black Flame. "You're right on time," Phoenix Rain said, a rare smile gracing her lips at Shurfeng's greeting. She then turned toward Cold Shadow and firmly stated, "Vice Guild Leader Shadow, although I am very interested in a partnership with mythology, I'm afraid that I cannot sell Candlelight's shares." When Phoenix Rain rejected mythology's offer, silence filled the plaza. Every member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion turned to stare at Phoenix Rain, complex emotions flashing in their eyes. Surprisingly, however, no one stepped up to object. If she had rejected mythology's offer earlier, they would have fought her decision as illogical and doubted her ability to act as a pavilion master. But with Zero Wing's 3 flying ships before them, no one could find a reason to argue with her decision. They were talking about flying ships, and it was clear that Zero Wing had some method to secure multiple ships. Now that Zero Wing ruled the skies, no superpower would dare offend the guild. With Zero Wing's help, the Dragon Phoenix could ensure the safety of its transportation routes in the future. In fact, the pavilion could even rely on Zero Wing's reputation to secure even more sea zones, which they could develop, and in turn, fuel the guild's growth. However, if Phoenix Rain sold her shares of the Candlelight trading firm to mythology, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would likely lose Zero Wing's assistance. The difference between an ally with shares and one without was massive. After all, furthermore, everyone knew how stingy Zero Wing was with its shares. If Phoenix Rain sold Candlelight's shares without Zero Wing's consent, no one would be surprised if Zero Wing became an enemy. Rain, you should think this through carefully. You are aware of the guild's situation in the Apocalypse Empire. Many otherworld powers have already begun to set their sights on our guild, and you know better than I why we took the risk of transferring Twilight City to the Dawn Ridge. 9 Dragons Emperor loudly proclaimed when none of his guildmates spoke up. If we can form a partnership with mythology and obtain combat runes, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can quickly establish a foothold in level 100 neutral maps. With the resources and equipment we can acquire from those maps, we'll be able to stabilize our position in the Empire. Are you really willing to throw this opportunity away? Before Zero Wing's flying ships had arrived, he had merely hoped to reduce Phoenix Rain's popularity within the pavilion, but now he steeled himself to tear her from Zero Wing, no matter what it took. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had become firm allies long ago. Zero Wing's strength was Phoenix Rain's strength. But mythology was a different story. The potential alliance with mythology might drastically elevate Phoenix Rain's position, but it would be temporary. Mythology wasn't interested in a partnership with Phoenix Rain. Specifically, It wanted an alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This would leave room for him to take advantage of plenty of opportunities, but if she stuck with Zero Wing, he'd have nothing. Fortunately, mythology had offered something that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion urgently needed. There was no way the Grand Elders could ignore the temptation of mythology's combat runes. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, its strength was only considered average among the many superpowers in God's domain. Now powers from the various other worlds had begun to invade the main continent. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's position in the game was under threat. To alleviate some of the pressure the guild faced, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had decided to gamble and transfer Twilight City, the guild's strongest city, to Dawn Ridge to secure its hold over the neighboring level 100 neutral map. However, the other superpowers in the Apocalypse Empire weren't idiots. They had also invested plenty of resources and stationed their players in the Dawn Ridge. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a powerful tool like the combat runes, it would have a much easier time exploring level 100 neutral maps. This was the Grand Elder's ultimate goal. Hearing 9 Dragons Emperor's comment, several nearby Grand Elders frowned and turned toward Phoenix Rain, their expressions hinting that she needed to make her decision carefully. The combat runes would be significantly helpful when the guild's members explored level 100 neutral maps. The benefits these combat runes offered were just as impactful as Zero Wing's flying ships could be. In fact, the combat runes might be even more beneficial to the guild. Zero Wing owned those flying ships. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not. Moreover, rejecting Cold Shadow's offer would be on par with slapping mythology in the face. Mythology was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds, and it had already shown the pavilion a lot of respect by approaching the smaller guild for an alliance. If the pavilion rejected mythology, the super guild would offer nothing. It might even move against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although mythology was focused on its development on the Western continent, it was still one of the 5 great super guilds. Causing trouble for the pavilion would be child's play. Phoenix Rain's expression turned grim. She had never expected 9 Dragons Emperor to pander to the guild's Grand Elders after failing to rouse their guildmates. The Grand Elders didn't normally meddle in the competition for the position of Grand Pavilion Master, but they were from the same generation as Ku Rong. Their influence in the guild couldn't be underestimated. Even Ku Rong had to weigh their words carefully. What a smart move. It's no wonder how he maintained his hold on the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Many planar passages were connected to the Black Dragon Empire, which led to intense competition in the Empire. Normally, only super guilds were confident in stopping so many otherworld powers from invading, but during Shi Feng's previous life, 9 Dragons Emperor's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had successfully defended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territories, only losing insignificant sections. Don't be in such a hurry to reject my offer, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Mythology is sincerely interested in an alliance. If we can negotiate a partnership, I can even speak with my guild leader about selling some of our Tier 3 combat runes to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Tier 3 combat runes will grant the pavilion an absolute advantage when exploring level 100 neutral maps, Cold Shadow said sweetly, smiling. As she spoke, she glanced at Shurfong. Cold Shadow was familiar with the predicament the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found itself in. As long as she could purchase Candlelight's shares, she didn't mind letting 9 Dragons Emperor borrow her power to suppress Phoenix Rain. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't hope to compete with the terms mythology could offer. When Cold Shadow finished speaking, the nearby Grand Elders watched with bated breath. Although they didn't know much about the Western continent, they knew a thing or two about Tier 3 combat runes. Only 3 super guilds were capable of producing the tools, and they didn't sell them to outsiders. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Tier 3 experts could equip Tier 3 combat runes, then the guild would be unstoppable in the Hill of Ruins, the level 100 neutral map neighboring the Dawn Ridge. Moreover, these combat runes would ensure that the pavilion had an easier time developing its navy. Just as the several Grand Elders were about to step forward to persuade Phoenix Rain, Shi Feng retrieved an ancient magic array scroll from his bag and handed it to her. The moment Shi Feng revealed the scroll, it drew everyone's gaze. The magic array scroll's mana was extraordinarily dense, nothing like the scrolls players typically saw. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, this is the sample of what we spoke about earlier. If you find it acceptable, we can negotiate prices, Shi Feng calmly stated as he gestured to the magic array scroll now in Phoenix Rain's hand. Cold Shadow only grinned at Shi Feng's play. She found it simply laughable that he wanted to use a magic array scroll to compete with her guild's Tier 3 combat runes. However, when one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders, who possessed a master-ranked appraisal skill, curiously appraised the scroll, he couldn't help but gasp. An advanced, ancient barrier scroll. Chapter 2434, Ascending to Heaven. Chapter 2434. Ascending to heaven. When they heard the Grand Elder's exclamation, everyone stared at the scroll Phoenix Rain held, astonished. Zero Wing is actually selling such an item? Magic barrier scrolls were insanely rare on the market. The various powers even hoarded basic magic barrier scrolls, only allowing their main forces access to the tools. Level 100+ Grand Lords were simply too difficult to deal with for current players. If one of these Grand Lords possessed special skills, not even Tier 3 MTs would be able to tank it, let alone Tier 2 MTs. To help their main forces explore level 100 neutral maps, the various powers relied on magic barriers to defeat these level 100+ Grand Lords. Unfortunately, due to how scarce these scrolls were, the various powers didn't even have enough to arm their main forces sufficiently. As a result, the team's exploration speed was still quite slow. The best magic barrier scrolls on the market were only intermediate rank. There were practically never advanced magic barrier scrolls available, although the various superpowers had even offered to trade level 100 dark gold equipment for the advanced rank scrolls. No one was willing to sell what they had. And yet, not only had Shi Feng revealed an advanced magic barrier scroll, but it was also an ancient barrier scroll. In God's domain, intermediate magic arrays could only affect level 100+ Grand Lords. They were nearly useless against level 100 mythics. Only advanced magic arrays would prove effective against such high-ranked monsters. With a complete set of advanced magic barrier scrolls, one could even slay a level 100+ mythic monster. It was easy to imagine how much a set of those scrolls was worth. Ancient magic arrays were generally stronger than ordinary magic arrays of the same rank, and fewer players were required to channel the magic arrays. This allowed more of the team to participate in the actual fight. If a team used an advanced magic barrier, they'd still need around 30 Tier 3 experts to take down a level 100+ mythic monster. However, if the team had an advanced ancient barrier, they'd be more than capable of slaying a level 100+ mythic monster as long as they had a Tier 3 metric tons. Advanced ancient barrier scrolls? The revelation even surprised Cold Shadow. She had never thought Shi Feng would be capable of obtaining such a treasure, if what Shi Feng had suggested were true, and Zero Wing could sell large quantities of the 12 elemental pillars. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would easily be able to dominate the Hill of Ruins. No superpower in the Apocalypse Empire would be able to contend with the pavilion. All of the various superpowers were nursing headaches over the issue level 100+ mythic monsters presented, including mythology. Although the Tier 3 combat rune was powerful, it could only help players exhibit more of their combat power. It didn't offer a boost to players' basic attributes. Unless players met the minimum basic attribute requirements to raid level 100 plus mythic monsters, the Tier 3 combat rune wouldn't be particularly useful. Advanced magic barriers, on the other hand, they might not increase players' combat power or basic attributes, but they could limit a monster's strength. With a set of such scrolls, a team that normally wouldn't have a chance against a level 100 plus mythic monster would have hope of defeating it. With an advanced ancient barrier like the 12 elemental pillars, even a Tier 2 team could raid level 100 plus mythic monsters. Those scrolls were well worth several times more than ordinary advanced magic barriers. At this stage of the game, superpowers still didn't have enough Tier 3 players to form a full team, but forming a Tier 2 team was a piece of cake. Of course, not only was level 100 plus mythic monsters loot bountiful, but it was also the foundation necessary to raid level 100 team dungeons. If even Tier 2 expert teams could slay level 100 plus mythic monsters, their power could prepare to raid level 100 team dungeons much sooner than others. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could secure a large stock of 12 elemental pillars scrolls, its development speed regarding Tier 3 players and equipment standards would reach new highs. The pavilion would easily be able to surpass the Apocalypse Empire's various superpowers. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain stared at the scroll in her hands, dazed. Nine Dragons Emperor broke the silence with a laugh, saying, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this is an advanced ancient barrier scroll we're talking about, yet you're suggesting that you can sell them in bulk? Do you take us for fools?" Nine Dragons Emperor instinctively denied Shurfeng's claim. The swordsman must have gone to great lengths to secure a single 12 elemental pillars scroll, and was lying about Zero Wing's interest in selling Phoenix Rain a bulk order just to make her look good in front of the pavilion's grand elders. The strongest magic barriers the various superpowers could craft were intermediate rank. Furthermore, not only were the required materials incredibly valuable, but no more than 5 superpowers were actually capable of crafting intermediate magic barrier scrolls. How exactly was Zero Wing supposedly capable of mass-producing advanced ancient barrier scroll? Is that so? Shurfeng chuckled, pulling 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, the scrolls he had found in the magic temple, from his bag. Shurfeng tossed one scroll after another on the ground, quickly forming a small mound. As he did, everyone sensed the mana density around them increase considerably. Nine Dragons Emperor had been prepared to mock Shurfeng further, but seeing the magic array scrolls, he turned deathly pale and couldn't bring himself to utter a single word. Everyone in the plaza fell silent, and the pavilion's members gazed at Shurfeng with admiration. Nine Dragons Emperor was a true hero in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not only was he individually powerful, but he was also an excellent commander. He had even led the pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire to prosper, despite the various otherworld powers' invasion. But the moment he had accused Shurfeng of lying, the swordsman had revealed 10 sets of the 12 elemental pillars. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader tossed them on the ground, as if they were worthless pebbles. This was a slap in the face to Nine Dragons Emperor, and had been done before the pavilion's members. To top it off, Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't find anything kind of rebuttal. He wouldn't dare. The only thing coming out of his mouth should be compliments for Shurfeng. If he said anything else, he might even lose his position as a pavilion master, not to mention his chance to become the great pavilion master. Not even superpowers guild leaders could subject Nine Dragons Emperor to such humiliation. So that's the case. Cold Shadow grit her teeth. When Nine Dragons Emperor said nothing more, she knew that the situation was no longer in her favor. She then turned to look at Phoenix Rain and said, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, your insight truly is impressive. Since it seems that a partnership between our guilds is no longer possible, I won't interrupt your discussions with Guild Leader Black Flame. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Cold Shadow decisively led her subordinates away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. She didn't show the slightest hint of anger or disappointment, as if her negotiations with the pavilion had meant nothing to her. Meanwhile, none of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were surprised by the outcome. It was clear that Zero Wing had more to offer than mythology, which was based on the Western continent. Even a fool would recognize the stronger potential ally. Cold Shadow wouldn't linger to suffer further embarrassment. Rain, Guild Leader Black Flame, has taken time out of his busy schedule to visit our main headquarters. As a pavilion master, how can you leave him standing out here for so long? You are being impolite. A white-haired Grand Elder berated Phoenix Rain after Cold Shadow had left the guild residence. The old man had been loud, but everyone could tell that he wasn't angry in the least. Rather, his tone contained joy and excitement. He had obviously chosen to support Phoenix Rain's side. The Grand Elder's comments shook Phoenix Rain from her daze, and she addressed Shurfeng. "My mistake, Guild Leader Black Flame. Please come in." Phoenix Rain had never dreamed that Shurfeng would be so powerful as to reveal one trump card after another. Not only had he sent mythology's Cold Shadow packing, but he had also managed to drag the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to her side. The situation had developed so quickly that she was at a loss. Once Phoenix Rain led Shurfeng and his entourage into the guild hall, the Grand Elders in the plaza shot Nine Dragons' Emperor piteous looks. After expressing their helplessness, they, too, returned to the guild hall, dismissing the other pavilion master. "We're in trouble now, Pavilion Master. Thanks to Black Flame, the Grand Elders now support Phoenix Rain," Marshal Dragon said, frowning as he watched the Grand Elders walk away without a word. After today, Nine Dragons' Emperor's chances of becoming the next great Pavilion Master were non-existent. Trouble. Nine Dragons' Emperor shot back with a sinister sneer. "Wrong. This is our chance." Phoenix Rain might have ascended to heaven thanks to Zero Wing's potential and foundations, but possessing wealth without the strength to protect it is a crime. Zero Wing shouldn't have revealed its flying ships and advanced ancient barrier scrolls so early. What do you think the various superpowers will do if they find this out? Approach Zero Wing in hopes of cooperation? Marshal Dragon guessed after considering the question. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, EU, and if that fails? Nine Dragons' Emperor asked, smiling at Shurfeng's departing figure. They'll do everything in their power to destroy Zero Wing. Marshal Dragon exclaimed as realization dawned on him. He also realized why Cold Shadow had left so quickly. Zero Wing might be fine with its flying ships, but the advanced ancient barrier scrolls could change the status quo in God's domain. If the various superpowers couldn't get their hands on the 12 elemental pillar scrolls, they wouldn't be content to let a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing hold on to them. Today's events would certainly reach the various superpowers, and once it did, they would take action. Even if Zero Wing allied with a few superpowers, they couldn't protect the guild. The 12 elemental pillars scrolls touched on the foundations and futures of every superpower. Unless the various superpowers were willing to bow to Zero Wing in the future, they would try to destroy the smaller guild now, ensuring that the status quo remained the same. While Nine Dragons' Emperor and Marshal Dragon whispered amongst themselves, news of Zero Wing's 3 flying ships and its ability to mass-produce advanced ancient barrier scrolls spread like wildfire, soon reaching the various superpowers' upper echelons. Chapter 2435. Structural Change. Chapter 2435. Structural Change. On the top floor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall, 3 people were sitting inside the luxurious reception hall, which could easily accommodate 50 people. Aside from Phoenix Rain and Shurfeng, only Blue Phoenix was present. The degree of privacy for the meeting was even greater than that for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elder meetings. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders, who had been in the plaza before, they wisely stayed away, having no intention of participating in the discussions between Shifeng and Phoenix Rain. Moreover, with Kola, Yen Tianxing, and Zero Wing's other Tier 3 experts standing guard outside the reception hall, anyone who wished to spy on the meeting couldn't do so. Guild Leader Black Flame, I really have to thank you this time. If not for your help, those Grand Elders would have sided with 9 Dragons Emperor, Phoenix Rain said as she looked at the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars on the table. These advanced ancient barrier scrolls are extremely precious, so you should quickly store them. Although magic array scrolls won't suffer any damage from exposure, these scrolls are quite ancient. If you don't store them properly, the magic arrays drawn on them might deteriorate. If that happens, it'll be a huge loss. In God's domain, magic array scrolls normally wouldn't deteriorate. However, some ancient magic array scrolls were a different story. The march of time would compromise the durability of some ancient magic array scrolls. When durability fell to a certain point, it would affect the performance of the magic array scroll itself. Meanwhile, moving the scrolls could reduce their durability by a certain amount. Previously, Shifeng had nonchalantly tossed these ancient barrier scrolls on the ground to humiliate 9 Dragons Emperor. Now, he had even casually placed them on the table. These actions would undoubtedly affect the ancient barrier scrolls' durability. As for selling these ancient barrier scrolls, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, he had said those words just to take control of the situation. After all, advanced ancient barriers were not ordinary advanced barriers. Collecting even one complete set of scrolls for an advanced ancient barrier was extremely difficult. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had yet to collect a complete set, much less 10 sets. Meanwhile, at this stage of the game, 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars would be extremely helpful to any superpower. If Zero Wing actually sold these ancient barrier scrolls, it would suffer an immense loss. No need. I originally planned to sell these 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars to you, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Shifeng said, shaking his head. You really plan on selling them? Phoenix Rain was a little surprised at the serious expression on Shifeng's face. She then tried to dissuade him, saying, These are 10 sets of advanced ancient barrier scrolls we are talking about. You can kill a minimum of 10 level 100 mythics with them. If you properly locate these bosses, Zero Wing's main force will receive a huge improvement in strength. If you're worried about 9 Dragons Emperor's side, you can rest assured. I still have a few sets of advanced barrier scrolls. With them, I should be able to head him off. The entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could easily tell that Shifeng was only conducting the transaction, this time out of respect for Phoenix Rain. As for how many she purchased and how she used them, outsiders wouldn't have a say. She could simply sell the few precious sets of advanced barrier scrolls she had to the guild to buy herself some time. Once she hatched the homed eagle egg from the molten ruin, she would be able to secure much more resources from level 100 neutral maps. As for the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, nobody would really know if she had used the scrolls or not. She didn't need to worry about the secret getting out, as her main force consisted solely of her trusted aides. With the resources she could gain with the help of a flying mount, tricking the guild's Grand Elders should be feasible. Standing at a side, Blue Phoenix nodded in agreement with Phoenix Rain's words. She felt that Shifeng had already helped them a great deal this time. They naturally couldn't let him suffer any more losses. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you're overthinking things. I'm really here to do business, Shifeng said, a bitter smile forming on his face when he saw Phoenix Rain's and Blue Phoenix's reactions. From the very beginning, he had intended to sell the 12 elemental pillars, though not on such a large scale. Instead, He merely planned to sell it to Zero Wing's partners to ensure that the ancient barrier would not land in the hands of outsiders and aid his enemies. At the same time, it would also earn his guild a large amount of resources and coins. The production of 12 elemental pillars scrolls required a large number of elemental crystals and magic cores, which were treated as strategic resources by guilds. Guilds normally wouldn't sell them. As a result, it was impossible to purchase these materials in bulk. Hence, if Zero Wing wished to mass-produce the 12 elemental pillars, it would have to exchange for these materials with the various powers. Moreover, Shifeng was currently in extreme need of magic crystals and coins. This was especially true for magic crystals. Even though he had two or veins capable of producing magic crystals, his demand for magic crystals was still far above what the two or veins and Zero Wing could supply. As to why he was in dire need of magic crystals, it was because the teleportation gate linking the eastern and western continents cost a lot of magic crystals to operate. Moreover, magic crystals were far rarer and more valuable on the western continent. Hence, magic crystals could be considered a very powerful currency there. To purchase the rare materials over there in bulk, he had to have a large number of magic crystals. Of course, there was also the option of selling the eastern continent's unique materials on the western continent. However, these unique materials were similarly precious on the eastern continent. Moreover, the various superpowers had a monopoly on them, and Zero Wing could get its hands on only a limited amount. After all, superpowers capable of traveling between the two main continents generally traded with superpowers that possessed these unique materials. In the end, Shifeng had concluded that he could only conduct transactions using magic crystals. Guild leader Black Flame, can you really supply these 12 elemental pillars in bulk? Blue Phoenix blurted out in surprise when she saw the bitter smile on Shifeng's face. These were advanced, ancient barrier scrolls they were talking about. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could purchase them in bulk, then the pavilion's development would definitely skyrocket. Of course. However, you should know how precious the 12 elemental pillars are. I cannot sell them too cheaply. In fact, they can't even be weighed using coins, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Blue Phoenix's excited expression. A complete set of 12 elemental pillars will cost 5,000 magic crystals, 500 gold, 500 elemental crystals, and 500 magic cores. That much. Blue Phoenix gasped when she heard Shifeng's words, her excitement dimming considerably. Based on the price he quoted, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be capable of purchasing that many sets, not when the total value of each set of scrolls exceeded 4,000 gold. Moreover, magic crystals, elemental crystals, and magic cores were all strategic resources. Obtaining these items in large numbers wasn't easy. After taking into consideration the guild's own use, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be able to take out only a small number of these items for exchange. This would also be the case for other superpowers. Sure enough, the price really isn't low. Phoenix Rain also revealed a bitter smile as she gazed at the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars on the table. I'll buy 30 sets first, then. Although she had long since prepared herself for a high price, when she heard Shifeng's quote, she still could not help a little heartache. However, the 12 elemental pillars were an advanced ancient barrier. Compared to the barrier's value, the price wasn't particularly high. After all, intermediate barrier scrolls normally sold for roughly 800 gold per set. Most importantly, these things rarely appeared on the market, as no power would be willing to sell them. Moreover, so long as she properly chose which mythic bosses to raid and her luck wasn't too bad, she would still be able to profit a lot. Not to mention, she would also get a lead on the other superpowers. This could be considered the greatest benefit of the 12 elemental pillars. That won't be a problem. I'll have someone deliver the remaining 20 sets by tomorrow, Shifeng said. He was not at all surprised to see a pained expression appear on Phoenix Rain's face. On the contrary, he very much understood her feelings. This was also the reason why he wanted to seek a partnership with several superpowers. The mana stones required weren't much of a problem. A set of 12 scrolls required only 12 mana stones. Even a master alchemist would need only 1,200 magic crystals to synthesize the mana stones. However, it was a different story for the elemental crystals and magic cores. Producing one set of 12 elemental pillars consumed 144 elemental crystals and magic cores. With Zero Wing's current stockpile, it couldn't create many sets at all. Needless to say, it definitely couldn't supply the scrolls to the guild's Tier 2 teams. After Phoenix Rain confirmed her transaction with Shurfeng, and Blue Phoenix was about to head to the guild's warehouse to retrieve the necessary materials, Phoenix Rain's expression suddenly turned grim. "Guild leader Black Flame, why don't we just forget about the transaction for now? We caused a huge commotion in the Residence's plaza this time. Not to mention, Mythology's vice guild leader was present as well. News of this matter will definitely reach the ears of the various superpowers. To make matters worse, you really are capable of mass-producing the 12 elemental pillars. If the various superpowers find out about this, they won't let Zero Wing off the hook. They might even cooperate to force you to hand over the method for obtaining the 12 elemental pillars," Phoenix Rain said, after giving the matter some thought. She still concluded that it wouldn't be wise to purchase the 12 elemental pillars. In God's domain, the various superpowers would always plant spies in other superpowers. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception. Hence, news of today's matter had most likely reached the ears of the various superpowers already. It might be fine if Shurfeng had simply been using the 12 elemental pillars to trick 9 Dragons Emperor. At worst, her reputation in the guild would plummet, and many of the guild's grand elders would switch to 9 Dragons Emperor's side. However, since this matter was true, things had become troublesome. There would be no problem if the 12 elemental pillars transaction involved only a small amount of materials. With her status as a pavilion master, she could secretly conduct the transaction without anybody finding out about it. However, the amount of materials the 12 elemental pillars required was simply too much. If she took out that many materials from the guild warehouse, people would definitely notice. If she used the 12 elemental pillars, the likelihood of discovery would be even greater. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The various superpowers might be able to ignore the fact that Zero Wing had a reliable method for obtaining flying ships, as flying ships could, at most, allow Zero Wing to stabilize its rule over the territories it currently possessed. These flying ships wouldn't budge the various superpowers' foundations at all. However, the 12 elemental pillars were a different story. If Zero Wing supplied the advanced ancient barrier scrolls in bulk, the structure of the current God's domain would change drastically. The various superpowers definitely wouldn't cotton to Zero Wing restraining them or a pseudo-superpower deciding their future. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't sit still and watch this happen. In that case, there would only be 2 possible outcomes to this situation. The first would be the various superpowers joining hands to annihilate Zero Wing and maintain the status quo. The second outcome would be Zero Wing being forced to hand over its method for obtaining the 12 elemental pillars and submit itself to the various superpowers. Both of these outcomes would be fatal to Zero Wing's development. Hence, Phoenix Rain decided that it was best to treat today's incident as Shurfeng tricking 9 Dragons Emperor. That way, Zero Wing would be able to avoid destruction. Chapter 2436, Zero Wing's Craziness. Chapter 2436. Zero Wing's craziness upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. Blue Phoenix, who had just stood up from her seat, immediately came to a realization. Big Sis Rain, Does this mean that 9 Dragons Emperor and that Vice Guild leader from mythology understood that something like this would happen from the very start? And that's why they gave up and left so peacefully. Blue Phoenix felt a sense of dread when she recalled how calm 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow had been after failing to force Phoenix Rain to sell her Candlelight shares. Previously, when Shurfeng stated that he could supply advanced ancient barrier scrolls in large quantities, the benefits the 12 elemental pillars could bring had occupied Blue Phoenix's thoughts. She had failed to consider the potential problems that the 12 elemental pillars would bring. She also never imagined that 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow would think of this problem so quickly. Meanwhile, judging by how decisively Cold Shadow had left the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, she might have already started planning how she could capitalize on this matter. That's most likely the case, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, we can still salvage this situation. So long as we can falsify this matter, the two of them won't be able to take action even if they want to. Although Shurfeng had publicly revealed that he possessed 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, he didn't actually prove that he was capable of supplying the ancient barrier in bulk. At the very least, none of the people that knew about his ability to do so was an outsider. Hence, it wouldn't be difficult to convince the various superpowers that he couldn't. If those superpowers discovered that this matter was fake, then 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow's plan to target Zero Wing would naturally fall through. After all, the strength 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow possessed on the Eastern continent couldn't shake the current Zero Wing's foundations. You really don't need to hide this matter. If they wish to take action, they are free to do so. If they are capable of doing so, that is, Shurfeng said, chuckling when he saw Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix worrying about the problems that the 12 elemental pillars would bring Zero Wing. In the current God's domain, nobody knew better than Shurfeng what influence the 12 elemental pillars would have. Compared to the benefits the 12 elemental pillars could bring Zero Wing, the consequences of publicizing it were insignificant. After all, the current Zero Wing was no longer as weak as it was before. In God's domain, the period when players were transitioning from level 100 to tier 3 was the longest and most difficult for players to get through. In the past, a massive gap had formed between the various powers because of this period. Some unknown guilds had become superpowers, and some superpowers had faded out of existence as a result of this period. Although Zero Wing currently had a tremendous advantage when producing Tier 3 players, the guild's lack of experts prevented it from capitalizing on this advantage. Meanwhile, it was only a matter of time before the various superpowers caught up to Zero Wing in this regard. Hence, what Shurfeng needed to do now was expand Zero Wing's advantages, and utilize these advantages to allow Zero Wing's experts to break free from this problem. This Phoenix Rain hesitated when she saw Shurfeng's confident expression. Zero Wing's current strength indeed could not be underestimated, especially with it having 3 flying ships. The presence of these 3 flying ships made it practically impossible for anybody to threaten Zero Wing's air superiority. However, the various superpowers were not easy opponents, either. If the various superpowers banded together, even the 5 great super guilds would have to compromise. Moreover, this matter was all because of her. In reality, Shurfeng could have conducted this transaction in secret and slowly developed Zero Wing's strength in God's domain. There wouldn't have been any need for Zero Wing to become enemies with the various superpowers at all. Actually, before I came here, I had Aqua contact a few other guilds and arrange for a meeting with them 3 hours later. At that time, I'll be selling the 12 elemental pillars to them as well, Shurfeng said, smiling. So, even if the incident just now hadn't happened, the various superpowers would still find out about this matter. There is no need to blame yourself, Phoenix Pavilion Master. So long as he started selling something like the 12 elemental pillars, he would definitely draw the attention of all superpowers. Hence, He had not hesitated to use the 12 elemental pillars to humiliate 9 dragons, Emperor, and Cold Shadow. By doing so, not only would he elevate Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but it would also serve as a small promotion to the several guilds he had invited at that time. He could save himself the trouble of proving that he was capable of supplying the 12 elemental pillars in bulk. After all, the madness of the various superpowers was the best proof. After hearing Shifeng's explanation, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix felt that he was simply crazy. Shifeng was basically forsaking his life for money. Selling the 12 elemental pillars might bring him a lot of benefits, but even super guilds would not dare risk becoming enemies with the various superpowers just for this much profit. After all, the current era was different. Tier 2 experts were no longer as useful as before. Only Tier 3 experts could be considered a guild's true combat power. Meanwhile, the various super guilds might have a lot more Tier 3 experts than an ordinary super first-rate guild, but the total number of Tier 3 experts of just 3 or 5 super first-rate guilds could easily surpass that of a super guild, what more all of the Eastern Continent's superpowers. Since you have already said so, then I'll represent the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in purchasing 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars from Zero Wing. Guild Leader Black Flame. May I know if you can supply this many? Phoenix Rain asked seriously after taking a deep breath. After seeing how crazy Shifeng was behaving, she decided to take a leap of faith. The current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was in a very awkward position, ranking neither very highly nor lowly among the various superpowers. Since Zero Wing was already doing its best, she naturally had to try her best as well and gamble all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's available materials and magic crystals. The 12 elemental pillars were very expensive. In the off chance that the loot of the level 100+ mythic monsters the guild hunted was not ideal and failed to allow the guild to recoup its investment, the other superpowers in the Apocalypse Empire were likely to surpass the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, a guild's development required plenty of resources. This was especially true for magic crystals. However, if her gamble paid off and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion managed to secure enough top-tier equipment to arm a 100-man raid team within a short period, at that time, not only would the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion attain absolute dominance over the Hill of Ruins, but it could also start raiding level 100 team dungeons much sooner than other superpowers. With these advantages, the losses the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer from expending so many resources would no longer be a problem. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix gaped in shock upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. She never thought that Phoenix Rain would take such decisive action. With the invasion of the otherworld powers having greatly intensified the competition in the Apocalypse Empire, just purchasing 30 sets of 12 elemental pillars would have already put a heavy strain on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's resources. Purchasing 100 sets would basically empty the guild's stockpile. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to secure dominance over the Hill of Ruins with the 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars, then the guild would suffer immense losses. At that time, Phoenix Rain would lose all hope of becoming the next Great Pavilion Master. That won't be a problem. However, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow for all 100 sets to be delivered, Shifeng said. He, too, was surprised at the amount that Phoenix Rain requested. Purchasing 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars would cost 500,000 magic crystals, 50,000 gold, 50,000 elemental crystals, and 50,000 elemental cores. This was no trivial amount of resources. There was no superpower that would not feel strained from spending so many resources. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Blue. Start making the necessary preparations. Once Phoenix Rain received Shifeng's confirmation, she immediately had Blue Phoenix collect the required materials from the guild warehouse. When Blue Phoenix visited the residence's warehouse, her actions immediately created an uproar among the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons. The request for 50,000 gold was fine, as that wasn't a significant amount of money for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the number of magic crystals, elemental crystals, and magic cores that Blue Phoenix requested was another matter altogether. These were all materials necessary to produce potions needed for exploration, yet Blue Phoenix had put in a request for more than 90% of the guild's stockpile for these materials. However, neither Ku Rong nor the Grand Elders of the guild tried to stop Blue Phoenix. On the contrary, they immediately approved Blue Phoenix's request and instructed the warehouse manager to supply Blue Phoenix with all of the requested materials. They also didn't bother questioning her purpose for these materials. After all, in the current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Phoenix Rain could already be considered the pseudo-great pavilion master. She was well within her authority to make use of these materials. Meanwhile, this shocking piece of news also entered the various superpowers' ears immediately. Chapter 2437, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 2437, Shocking All Sides Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Currently, over 50 players were seated inside the spacious top-floor reception room. Close observation would reveal that every one of these players had reached Tier 3. Even a Superpowers Guild leader would turn grim upon seeing this scene. After all, at this stage of the game, only a few superpowers had more than 50 Tier 3 players under their command. Dragon Pavilion Master, why did you call us here today? A level 104, Tier 3 male shield warrior with a thin and short body asked, frowning. He showed not the slightest bit of respect for 9 Dragons Emperor. Meanwhile, no one in the reception room found the shield warrior's attitude surprising. On the contrary, everyone considered it completely reasonable because this thin and short middle-aged man was Stubborn Heart. Not only was Stubborn Heart the guild leader of Grim Reaper, the Black Dragon Empire's #1 dark guild, but he was also nicknamed Steel Hammer. Although Grim Reaper was not a superpower, it still wasn't an existence ordinary first-rate guilds could go up against. In addition, dark players were a bunch of lunatics with only slaughter on their minds, and dark guilds had a completely different development path from ordinary guilds. Hence, Grim Reaper did not fear any of the superpowers operating in the Black Dragon Empire. Naturally, Stubborn Heart wouldn't bother behaving politely around 9 Dragons Emperor. Upon hearing Stubborn Heart's question, everyone present turned to look at 9 Dragons Emperor curiously. After all, this was also the question they all wished to ask. Everyone in the room was a person of respectable standing in the Black Dragon Empire. They were either the guild leaders of dark guilds or the commanders of top adventurer teams. There were even a few guild leaders of first-rate guilds present. This was basically a gathering of the Black Dragon Empire's top brass. Naturally, it's good news, 9 Dragons Emperor replied with a calm smile. Haven't you all been wishing to develop in the Cold Spring Forest? Your chance has come. Cold Spring Forest was the level 100 neutral map closest to the Black Dragon Empire. However, due to Zero Wing's Stone Forest City, the Black Dragon Empire's various major powers could only watch helplessly as Zero Wing and its partners monopolized the entire map. After all, if even superpowers were helpless against Stone Forest City, how could the various major powers do anything against it? What are you trying to say? Stubborn Heart asked, somewhat tempted by 9 Dragons Emperor's words. Cold Spring Forest was a level 100 neutral map. Even dark guilds like Grim Reaper could not avoid grinding in such maps. If Grim Reaper could gain some benefits from Cold Spring Forest, then the guild's development would definitely take a leap forward. I believe you more or less know about the matter that happened over at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion recently, 9 Dragons Emperor said. To be precise, I'm referring to Zero Wing taking out advanced ancient barrier scrolls. That's right. We know a little about that, but what of it? Is Zero Wing willing to sell us some? Stubborn Heart asked, chuckling. Not to mention, nobody knows if that information is actually true or not. At this stage of the game, any power would consider the 12 elemental pillars an absolute treasure. Nobody would not be tempted by it. However, how could Zero Wing possibly sell such a precious treasure to outsiders? Moreover, that was an advanced ancient barrier they were talking about, technology passed down from ancient times. It shouldn't be possible to procure many of it. I can tell you now that Zero Wing is indeed capable of supplying a large number of those ancient barrier scrolls, 9 Dragons Emperor said with some excitement. Moreover, I have solid proof of this matter. How is that possible? The technology necessary to produce ancient barrier scrolls should have been lost in ancient times. Everyone reacted in surprise when they heard 9 Dragons Emperor's confident reply. They had never thought that this piece of information was true. As for 9 Dragons Emperor lying to them, the chances of that happening were close to 0. After all, 9 Dragons Emperor wouldn't gain any benefits from doing so. What does this have to do with us? Even if we make a fuss about this, we still won't get our hands on those scrolls, Stubborn Heart stated. While it was indeed frightening that Zero Wing could supply advanced ancient barrier scrolls in bulk, that was a matter that concerned only the various superpowers. Major powers like theirs weren't qualified to interfere in this matter at all. That's why I have gathered you all here, 9 Dragons Emperor said, as he swept a glance around the room. Smiling, he continued, you might not be strong on your own, but combined, even current super guilds cannot ignore your strength. Meanwhile, because of the ancient barrier scrolls, the various superpowers definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook this time. It won't matter even if Zero Wing possesses Stone Forest City. Under the might of a Tier 3 army, only destruction awaits Zero Wing. At that time, if we form an alliance, we might not be able to obtain those ancient barrier scrolls, but we can get a share of Stone Forest City's benefits. Are you all not interested in Stone Forest City? 9 Dragons Emperor's words seemed replete with infinite temptation, since everyone's breathing quickened after listening to his speech. The eyes of some of those present even started glowing. Who wouldn't be interested in the current Stone Forest City? Even now, Stone Forest City was still the only city established in a level 100 neutral map on the eastern continent. It allowed players to not only recover from exhaustion rapidly, but also save up on plenty of travel time. Many Tier 3 experts were willing to spend astronomical amounts of money just to rent a house there. Even then, actually renting a house in the city remained an extremely difficult proposition. If they became the rulers of Stone Forest City, the profits they could rake in would be unimaginable. Everyone present immediately signed a contract with 9 Dragons Emperor and formed a powerful alliance of interests. Meanwhile, the purpose of this alliance was to provide its members with greater authority when negotiating with the various superpowers. At the same time, inside one of the VIP rooms of an advanced restaurant in Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, Vice Guild leader, we have already verified Black Flame's words. In order to purchase a large number of those ancient barrier scrolls, Phoenix Rain has gone as far as to empty out the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's stockpile of materials and magic crystals. A tall and robust man, too, for meters tall, reported respectfully to the beautiful, short-haired woman before him. This short-haired woman was none other than Cold Shadow, one of mythology's Vice Guild leaders. After leaving Twilight City, she had immediately made her way to White River City. At the same time, she had also tasked her spies with monitoring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's every action. I never thought that Zero Wing would actually possess such a foundation. It seems I really underestimated it before. When Cold Shadow heard her subordinate's report, her lips curled up into a smile, as if she had just found an interesting toy. In addition, we have also received news that Zero Wing has invited the secret pavilion, 13 Thrones, giant's heart, and unyielding soul for a meeting. By the looks of it, Zero Wing is planning to rope these guilds in using the ancient barrier scrolls to form a common front. Not a bad decision. If Zero Wing has the full support of these guilds, things will indeed become more troublesome, Cold Shadow said, smiling. Unfortunately, it is useless, even if these guilds band together. Proceed according to the plan. Whether it is those ancient barrier scrolls or Zero Wing's secret, we must obtain them all. In her opinion, Shi Feng's action of using the 12 elemental pillars to suppress mythology was simply too immature. He just wasn't aware of the consequences of distributing the 12 elemental pillars in bulk, let alone the secret pavilion. Even if the 5 great super guilds worked together, they still wouldn't be able to stop an army of several thousand Tier 3 experts. At the same time, inside a lush, green, primeval forest, a 100-man team consisting of more than 40 Tier 3 experts was resting below a large tree. Meanwhile, lying around this team were the corpses of level 105+ monsters. Many among them were at the Great Lord rank, and one of them was even a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. Meanwhile, the leader of this team was none other than the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. Black Flame must be insane. How can he possibly do this? Yuan Tiexin's complexion paled after he read the report his subordinates sent him. He is making an enemy out of every superpower on the eastern continent. Originally, Yuan Tiexin thought that Shi Feng was inviting the secret pavilion for a meeting because of some good news. He never imagined that Shi Feng would pull such a huge stunt. Uncle Yuan, are we still attending the meeting? Purple Jade asked, a gloomy expression forming on her face after she read the report. Zero Wing had truly gone overboard this time. Previously, the matter regarding Stone Forest City's transfer to the bottomless abyss was still acceptable. After all, back then, even the strongest player was at Tier 2. At worst, Stone Forest City's transfer would make a few superpowers envious. No superpower would choose to go for broke. However, Zero Wing's actions this time touched upon the foundations of the various superpowers. To protect themselves, the superpowers would definitely do everything they could to destroy Zero Wing. This time, even the secret pavilion would not be capable of shielding Zero Wing. Of course. Moreover, we need to hurry over immediately. If we wait until the various superpowers form an alliance, everything will be too late. Yuan Tiexin said. Immediately, he organized his team and made his way to White River City, planning to persuade Shi Feng to hand over the 12 elemental pillars acquisition method. After that, the secret pavilion would take responsibility for negotiating with the various superpowers. Otherwise, only death awaited Zero Wing. Elsewhere, after Shi Feng received the payment from Phoenix Rain, he promptly returned to White River City as well. However, he did not start production of the 12 elemental pillars. Instead, he made a trip to the Adventurers Association in order to register his Night Division's members for their Tier 3 promotion quest. Originally, he should have conducted these registration procedures long ago. A Night Division's members were considered the private soldiers of players. They were not exactly the same as personal guards. Although Knights would still automatically challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests, once they reached level 100, after succeeding in their promotion quest, they still needed their lord to pay a procedural fee to the Adventurers Association to complete their promotion. Previously, as Shi Feng had been tied up with one problem after another, he had not had the time to take care of this matter. Now that all his affairs were settled, he naturally had to get this matter done. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open Stone Forest City to the public and turn the city into a true gold mine. After all, if a guild city wished to earn money, it needed a large player population. After transferring Stone Forest City to the Cold Spring Forest, In order to ensure Zero Wing's advantage, Shi Feng had decided to give access only to Zero Wing's allies and a small number of outsiders. However, now that the number of Tier 3 players in the game was increasing, Stone Forest City's advantages were continuously shrinking. In addition, it cost an enormous amount of money to maintain Stone Forest City's daily operations. There was also the economic war with Starlink. Due to these factors, Zero Wing was currently barely making ends meet. Hence, it became necessary for Zero Wing to open Stone Forest City to the public. Previously, with Zero Wing's current strength, Shi Feng wouldn't have dared open Stone Forest City to the public. Fortunately, however, he was a lord and possessed a 5,000-man knight division, which was the reason why he dared to publicize the 12 elemental pillars. Although he felt that only 200 or so of his 5,000 knights were capable of reaching Tier 3 this soon, NPCs were far stronger than players. Given those Tier 3 NPCs, in combination with the strength of the Tier 2 knights and Stone Forest City's defenses, current superpowers would have a very difficult time threatening Stone Forest City. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, if the various superpowers didn't pose a threat to Stone Forest City, they naturally couldn't deal Zero Wing a heavy blow. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? Administrator Lorraine asked with a smile after walking into the VIP room Shi Feng occupied. I wish to see the list of my knights that have completed their promotion quest, Shi Feng said. Very well. Lorraine nodded before leaving to search for the necessary information. A short moment later, she returned and handed a list to Shi Feng, saying, Currently, 556 of your knights have completed their promotion quest. Do you wish to conduct the registration procedures for all of them